है और विकास की इस यात्रा में आगे बढ़ने का संकल्प लेती है। कुछ ही देर में यहां इस मंच पर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय का आगमन होगा। एक बार पुनः मैं आपसे ये निवेदन और आपको ये सूचना देना चाहूंगा कि जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय का इस मंच पर आगमन होगा, उसके बाद हम सब उस समय खड़े होंगे उनके स्वागत अभिनंदन में, और उसी के साथ राष्ट्रगान भी होगा। राष्ट्रगान में हम सब लोग अपने अपने स्थान पर ही खड़े रहेंगे और उसके बाद शपथ ग्रहण समारोह आरंभ होगा। कार्यक्रम जो शपथ ग्रहण की प्रक्रिया है वो पूरी होगी, उसके बाद भी राष्ट्रगान होगा, उसकी सूचना आपको दी जाएगी और उस समय भी हम अपने अपने स्थान पर खड़े होकर राष्ट्रगान में शामिल होंगे। तो ये अवसर, पीछे जो लोग भी बैठे हैं और हमारी बाईं तरफ जो पैसेज में रास्ते में जो लोग खड़े हैं, वो कृपया उनसे निवेदन है कि अगर वो दाहिने वाले हिस्से में दीर्घाएं जहां पर कुर्सियां भी उनके लिए उपलब्ध हो सकती हैं वहां पहुंच जाए तो बहुत बेहतर होगा। आप सभी मिलकर, एक बार मिलकर हम अपना उद्घोष करेंगे, भारत माता की, और ऊर्जा के साथ आवाज गूंजनी चाहिए, देश दुनिया तक में जानी चाहिए। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे वंदे वंदे। यही ऊर्जा विकसित भारत का आधार और उसकी प्रेरणा बनेगा। आप सबका पुनः स्वागत, अभिनंदन और वंदन है। सांस्कृतिक मंच से स्वर लहरियों की गूंज आप तक पहुंचे, सिर्फ थोड़ा सा समय है और उसके बाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय के आगमन के साथ ही शपथ ग्रहण समारोह यहां मुख्य मंच पर आरंभ होगा।
एक बार सभी जय घोष करेंगे। भारत माता की जय श्री राम। नमामि भारत नमो नमो।
Well, the wait is on, viewers, for the Prime Minister's arrival. You can see on stage JP Nadda, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Chandrababu Naidu, Pawan Kalyan, Devendra Fadnavis, and the list goes on and on because it's a star-studded affair at the Ramlila Maidan as Delhi's 4th woman Chief Minister, Rekha Gupta, will take oath, and she will be stepping into her new responsibilities from today. Riyanka is there at the venue. Riyanka, the countdown has begun for the oath taking, but everybody is eagerly waiting for the Prime Minister's arrival. Take us through what's happening at the Ramlila Maidan, how the atmosphere is, and more.
Well, absolutely, Deepak. The atmosphere is full of Chief Minister from the side of the BJP after 27 years. On the other hand, the excitement is for the Prime Minister to come in on the stage. The wait is for the Prime Minister as well as the who will be administering.
She is already on the stage, and we have also seen Home Minister Amit Shah.
Home Minister Amit Shah also on the stage, seated alongside the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and
भारत माता की।
Okay. Looks like Prime Minister Modi is almost there. He is going to be arriving on the stage. All the leaders have
और ऊर्जा के
the ceremony will begin. Look, all the top leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party have already arrived, and
दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता, हम सबके प्रेरणा स्रोत, इस देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का शुभागमन इस मंच पर होने जा रहा है। यह अवसर ऐतिहासिक है। स्वर्णिम भारत के लिए एक नए युग की शुरुआत देश की राजधानी दिल्ली में हो रही है, और ऐसे अवसर पर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का शुभागमन इस मंच पर हो रहा है। करतल ध्वनि आप सबकी तरफ से ऊर्जा के साथ। करतल ध्वनि की गूंज रुकनी नहीं चाहिए और आपका ये उद्घोष भी नहीं रुकना चाहिए। आप सभी अपने अपने स्थान पर ही खड़े होंगे क्योंकि कुछ ही पलों में राष्ट्रगान भी होगा, इसलिए आप सभी अपने अपने स्थान पर ही खड़े रहेंगे। यह अवसर ऐतिहासिक है दिल्ली की जनता के लिए, दिल्ली के लाखों करोड़ों परिवारों के लिए, लोगों के लिए। आज एक स्वर्णिम युग की शुरुआत इस देश की राजधानी दिल्ली में हो रही है देवियों सज्जनों। और इस अवसर पर जबकि शपथ ग्रहण समारोह आरंभ होने वाला है, इस देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री, विकसित भारत के शिल्पी माननीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का शुभागमन हम सबके बीच मंच पर हुआ है। पूरी ऊर्जा के साथ, करतल ध्वनि के साथ अभिनंदन और वंदन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय का। और आप सबसे निवेदन है कि आप सभी अपने अपने स्थान पर खड़े रहेंगे क्योंकि अब समय है कुछ ही पलों में। और इस अवसर पर इस मंच की बाईं तरफ विशेष मंच जहां संतगण की गरिमामयी उपस्थिति है, उनका भी अभिनंदन वंदन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय की ओर से। देवियों सज्जनों, राष्ट्रगान के लिए आइए, हम सब अपने अपने स्थान पर खड़े रहेंगे राष्ट्रगान के लिए। अभी थोड़ा सा वक्त है और उस वक्त तक, उस समय पर ही हम राष्ट्रगान की शुरुआत करेंगे, कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत होगी। लेकिन ये ऊर्जा और ये उल्लास आप सबका बना रहना चाहिए। वंदे 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 भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। ये घोष, ये उद्घोष सिर्फ देश नहीं, सिर्फ दिल्ली नहीं, बल्कि पूरी दुनिया आज इसका साक्षी बन रही है। और आप सब जो यहाँ बैठे हैं इसका साक्षी बन रहे हैं। और आपके माध्यम से और तमाम अलग अलग प्लेटफॉर्म्स पर देश और दुनिया भर के लोग दिल्ली में इस नए इतिहास, स्वर्णिम युग की शुरुआत का साक्षी बन रहे हैं। ईश्वर की असीम कृपा से आज दिल्ली एक नए इतिहास और स्वर्णिम इतिहास की रचना के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है देवियों सज्जनों। और इसमें इस देश के और इस दिल्ली के तमाम हमारे लाखों युवा, महिलाएं, अन्नदाता, किसान, गरीब, मजदूर सभी शामिल हैं। और यह अवसर हम सब के लिए बहुत विशेष है। अभी जब इस देश के करोड़ों परिवारों में जब उज्ज्वला योजना के माध्यम से गैस का कनेक्शन पहुंचता है तो हमारी माताओं बहनों के जीवन में जो खुशी और उल्लास की किरण नजर आती है और भविष्य को लेकर एक सपना जो जागता है वो बड़ा अद्भुत है। जब इस देश में सैकड़ों की संख्या में जब हमारे विश्वविद्यालय खुलते हैं, लगभग 400 की संख्या में पिछले 10 वर्षों में विश्वविद्यालय खुले, IIM और IITs खुले, इस तरह के शिक्षण संस्थानों के माध्यम से इस देश के युवाओं में अपने भविष्य को लेकर एक उम्मीद नजर आती है, एक विश्वास। वो विश्वास जो संकल्प है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय का, सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका प्रयास और सबका विश्वास, ये विश्वास आज इस देश को विकसित भारत की राह पर आगे बढ़ा रहा है। और इसीलिए ये विकसित भारत की इस यात्रा में आज दिल्ली भी पूरे दिल से संकल्पों के साथ इसमें शामिल हो रही है इस रूप में। और ये डबल इंजन की सरकार इस दिल्ली शहर के और दिल्ली के राज्य में, क्षेत्र में रहने वाले हमारे लाखों परिवारों की उम्मीदों को साकार करने के लिए आज एक स्वर्णिम शुरुआत कर रही है। तो आइए इस कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत में आप सभी से निवेदन, हम सब अपने अपने स्थान पर खड़े रहते हुए राष्ट्रगान में शामिल हों। आप सभी से अनुरोध है, आप सभी अपने अपने स्थान पर बैठें, अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। और अब मैं अनुरोध करूंगा राष्ट्रीय राजधानी क्षेत्र दिल्ली सरकार के मुख्य सचिव श्री धर्मेंद्र कुमार जी से शपथ ग्रहण की कार्यवाही आरंभ करने के लिए।
नमस्कार, मैं माननीय उपराज्यपाल महोदय से अनुरोध करता हूं कि वह मुझे शपथ ग्रहण समारोह को आरंभ करने की अनुमति प्रदान करें। मैं माननीय उपराज्यपाल महोदय से अनुरोध करता हूं कि वे गृह मंत्रालय भारत द्वारा जारी मुख्यमंत्री एवं मंत्रिपरिषद की नियुक्ति की अधिसूचना पढ़ने की अनुमति प्रदान करें। गृह मंत्रालय अधिसूचना नई दिल्ली 20 फरवरी 2025 का 891 श्रीमती राष्ट्रपति श्रीमती रेखा गुप्ता को उनके शपथ ग्रहण करने की तिथि से राष्ट्रीय राजधानी क्षेत्र दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में नियुक्त करती हैं। हस्ताक्षर प्रवीण कुमार राय, संयुक्त सचिव। अधिसूचना नई दिल्ली 20 फरवरी 2025 का 892 राष्ट्रपति मुख्यमंत्री की सलाह पर निम्नलिखित को राष्ट्रीय राजधानी क्षेत्र में अपने पदों के शपथ लेने की तिथि से मंत्री के रूप में नियुक्त करती हैं। 1 श्री परवेश सिंह, 2 श्री आशीष सूद, 3 श्री मनजिंदर सिंह सिरसा, 4 श्री रविंद्र इंद्रराज सिंह, 5 श्री कपिल मिश्रा, 6 श्री पंकज कुमार सिंह। हस्ताक्षर प्रवीण कुमार राय, संयुक्त सचिव। अब मैं माननीय उपराज्यपाल महोदय से श्रीमती रेखा गुप्ता को मुख्यमंत्री पद की शपथ ग्रहण कराने का अनुरोध करता हूं।
मैं रेखा गुप्ता ईश्वर की शपथ लेती हूँ कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूँगी। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूँगी। मैं मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगी तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगी। मैं रेखा गुप्ता ईश्वर की शपथ लेती हूँ कि जो विषय मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को सबके सिवाय, जबकि ऐसे मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो मैं प्रत्यक्ष या अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगी।
अब मैं माननीय उपराज्यपाल महोदय से मंत्रिपरिषद के सदस्यों के मंत्री पद की शपथ दिलाने का अनुरोध करता हूं। श्री प्रवेश साहिब सिंह।
मैं परवेश साहिब सिंह ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता को अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा। मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं परवेश साहिब सिंह ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा। जय हिंद।
श्री आशीष सूद।
मैं आशीष सुशीला मदन गोपाल सूद ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता को अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं आशीष सुशीला मदन गोपाल सूद ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा। भारत माता की जय।
श्री मजिंदर सिंह सिरसा।
मैं ਮਨਜਿੰਦਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਸਿਰਸਾ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਦੀ ਸਹੁੰ ਚੁੱਕਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸਥਾਪਿਤ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਸੰਵਿਧਾਨ ਲਈ ਸੱਚੀ ਸ਼ਰਧਾ ਅਤੇ ਵਫਾਦਾਰੀ ਰੱਖਾਂਗਾ। ਮੈਂ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਭੁਤਾ ਅਤੇ ਅਖੰਡਤਾ ਬਰਕਰਾਰ ਰੱਖਾਂਗਾ। ਮੈਂ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਦੇ ਰੂਪ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਣੇ ਕਾਰਜਾਂ ਦਾ ਨੈਤਿਕ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਸ਼ਰਧਾਪੂਰਵਕ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਨਿਭਾਉਂਦੇ ਅਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਡਰ ਪੱਖਪਾਤ ਵੈਰ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਤੀ ਸੰਵਿਧਾਨ ਅਤੇ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਮੁਤਾਬਕ ਨਿਆਂ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ। ਮੈਂ ਮਨਜਿੰਦਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਸਿਰਸਾ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਦੀ ਸਹੁੰ ਚੁੱਕਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਵਿਸ਼ਾ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਦੇ ਰੂਪ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੇਰੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਅਧੀਨ ਲਿਆਂਦਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਜਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਾਂ ਵਿਅਕਤੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਅਜਿਹਾ ਵਿਸ਼ਾ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਦੇ ਰੂਪ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀਆਂ ਨਿਭਾਉਂਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਲਾਜ਼ਮੀ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਮੈਂ ਸਿੱਧੇ ਜਾਂ ਅਸਿੱਧੇ ਰੂਪ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਾਂਗਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਅਤੇ ਨਾ ਹੀ ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ। ਭਾਰਤ ਮਾਤਾ ਕੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
श्री रविंद्र इंद्राज सिंह।
मैं रविंद्र इंद्राज सिंह ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं रविंद्र इंद्राज सिंह ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा। जय श्री राम।
श्री कपिल मिश्रा।
मैं कपिल मिश्रा ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं कपिल मिश्रा ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
श्री पंकज कुमार सिंह।
मैं डॉक्टर पंकज सिंह ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं, मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता को अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के बीच संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं डॉक्टर पंकज कुमार सिंह ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब तक सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा। जय सिया राम।
अब मैं माननीय उपराज्यपाल महोदय से समारोह के समापन की अनुमति चाहता हूं। मैं सभी अतिथि गण से राष्ट्रगान हेतु अपने स्थान पर खड़े होने का अनुरोध करता हूं।
सब मिलकर घोष करेंगे, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे वंदे वंदे। दिल्ली के नए नेतृत्व को और नए मंत्रियों को आप सबके करतल ध्वनि के साथ ये नया दायित्व जिसकी आज शुरुआत होने जा रही है, आप सबके विश्वास के साथ, आप सबके सहयोग के साथ अपना आशीर्वाद जरूर दीजिए, करतल ध्वनि के साथ अपनी शुभकामनाएं दीजिए। ये दिल्ली उन दिल वालों के जिन्होंने आज का दिन हमें दिखाया है और आज के दिन से एक नई यात्रा वो शुरू हो रही है जो इस देश के यानी विकसित भारत की यात्रा में उसके केंद्र में एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका देश की राजधानी के रूप में दिल्ली निभाने के लिए तैयार भी है, तत्पर भी है और आप सबकी ऊर्जा, आपके संकल्पों को इसी रूप में साकार होने का अवसर मिलेगा। एक बार करतल ध्वनि के साथ आभार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय का, आप सबके करतल ध्वनि के साथ बहुत बहुत आभार माननीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का, उनकी गरिमामयी उपस्थिति के लिए, उनके नेतृत्व के लिए, उनके उस विजन के लिए जो आज विकसित भारत के रूप में साकार हो रहा है। इसके साथ ही इस मंच पर गरिमामयी उपस्थिति माननीय केंद्रीय गृह एवं सहकारिता मंत्री आदरणीय श्री अमित शाह जी, माननीय केंद्रीय रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह जी एवं अन्य सभी मंत्रीगण का बहुत बहुत आभार के लिए आपकी तालियों की दरकार है। आपकी तालियों की गूंज यहां तक आनी चाहिए। इस मंच पर आज इस कार्यक्रम में विभिन्न राज्यों के बहुत ही गरिमामयी उपस्थिति जिनकी रही, माननीय मुख्यमंत्रीगण, उप मुख्यमंत्रीगण, माननीय मंत्रीगण जिन्होंने अलग अलग राज्यों का प्रतिनिधित्व किया, हमारे माननीय सांसद और विधायकगण, अलग अलग क्षेत्रों की वो तमाम विभूतियां, और उसके साथ साथ बाई मंच पर जो संत गणों की गरिमामयी उपस्थिति रही है, जिनका आशीर्वाद हम सबको मिलता है, आज भी मिल रहा है, उनका भी बहुत बहुत आभार, उनका भी बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन। आज के इस आयोजन के माध्यम से दिल्ली की नए युग की स्वर्णिम युग का ये दिन जो हम सब आतुरता से जिसकी प्रतीक्षा कर रहे थे, उसकी शुरुआत इस रूप में हुई है आप सबकी गरिमामयी उपस्थिति में। तो आप सब
Well, that was the oath-taking ceremony of Rekha Gupta. Going across to my colleague Riyanka, joining us live from Ramlila Maidan. Riyanka, the oath-taking is done. 6 ministers along with Rekha Gupta have also been sworn in. And their next, or rather the first priority is to visit Yamuna Ghat.
Well, of course, we have in fact witnessed that significant of a grand oath-taking ceremony now culminating with Rekha Sharma taking oath as the Chief Minister of Delhi alongside Parvesh Verma, Ravindraj Singh,
Kapil Sirsa, Ravindraj Singh, Kapil Mishra and Pankaj Kumari.
The leaders have now slowly moved out of the stage. And the next step, as we know from our sources, that this a new cabinet under the leadership of Rekha Gupta as the Chief Minister will be first moving to the Yamuna. They will take note of the situation there, because remember, cleaning of Yamuna was one of the biggest pulse of the ground that we had gotten during the elections, during the polling day. People wanted to see Yamuna. In fact, Kejriwal had promised the people for the last 10 years that clean Yamuna is something that he has given out. But this is BJP's topmost agenda. As the Council of Ministers, as the Delhi cabinet has been now formed, it is going to be the first agenda of the day of first agenda of the Delhi. Note of the entire situation. They will be talking out plans how to clean the Yamuna and of course other subjects of work that will be followed by that. But for now, it was indeed a grand oath-taking ceremony which had the presence of Prime Minister Modi, Union Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and all the Union Cabinet ministers, in fact the Chief Ministers of the NDA rules. Grand event which is now culminated, and slowly all of the leaders have proceeded towards the exit gate, and so is the crowd slowly moving towards the exit gate. So now the new Delhi government has formed, and it is going to be on its own to make Delhi a better place and make India a developed nation.
Right, Riyanka, thank you for joining me with all those details. That was a star-studded event. The Prime Minister, the Union Home Minister, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, the BJP National President JP Nadda, along with all the NDA Chief Ministers were present, sharing the stage with Rekha Gupta in a display of political unity. And the moment will go down in history as Rekha Gupta took oath as the next Chief Minister of the national capital. With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you what's on agenda for the Chief Minister after taking oath. Stay tuned.
The Limitless India Youth Hackathon. Call for entries. Category 2. Reclaiming history, culture and tradition.
Janani Janma Bhumischa Swargadapi Gariyasi. It is indeed a big moment of fortune and pride that we are all a part of this Bharata Desham. Reclaiming our Indian history, culture and tradition is one of the very many areas that this hackathon is being organized. Those youth under 30 are welcome to participate. Submit your entries by the 28th of February. Those of your innovative, research-driven, out-of-the-box ideas shall be reviewed by us, and those of you who are selected will get to present your ideas in Bharata Mandapam, New Delhi, in the august presence of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Президент Юрий Ушаков.
And I've been saying that we're going to do
split here between these two parties as the former president sees now.
The Russia talks, your impression of how they went today, and if you're perhaps more confident or less confident of a deal after what happened today?
Well, much more confident. They were very good. Russia wants to do something. They want to stop the savage barbarianism. I mean, what's going on over there? It's soldiers are being killed by the thousands on a weekly basis. It's ridiculous.
As part of a peace deal with Putin, would you be willing to consider removing all American troops from Europe?
Well, nobody's asked me to do that, so I don't think we'd have to do that. I wouldn't want to do that. But that question's never really come up.
Sir, do you support stationing European peacekeeping troops in Ukraine as part of this peace deal?
If they want to do that, that's great. I'm all for it. If they want to do that, I think that'd be fine. I mean, I know France has mentioned it. Others have mentioned it. UK has mentioned it. But if we have a peace deal, I think having troops over there from the standpoint of Europe, we won't have to put any over there because, we're very far away. But having troops over there would be fine. I would not object to it at all. And I'm very...
US President Donald Trump has reacted to $21 million aid. Speaking in Florida, Trump said, "Why do we need to spend $21 million on voter turnout in India? I guess they were trying to get somebody else elected. We've got to tell the Indian government this is a total breakthrough." In a big response over the $21 million which came into India through US aid, as also alleged by the BJP, for changing the voter turnout in the country. Now US President Donald Trump has also responded. While speaking in Florida, Trump acknowledged that $21 million was sent to India and also questioned the sending of such a huge amount of money for voter turnout in India. He also speculated that the person sending the money was trying to get someone else elected in India. Now, this comes at the heels of fresh allegations against US aid. where they've been alleged to topple governments across the globe. Listen in to US President Donald Trump.
And $21 million for voter turnout in India. What do we need to spend $21 million for voter turnout in India? Wow, $21 million. I guess they were trying to get somebody else elected. Wow, we ought to tell the Indian government, because when we hear that Russia spent about $2 in our country, it was a big deal, right? They took some internet ads for $2,000. This is a total breakthrough. $21 million for India elections.
Viewers, you just heard US President Donald Trump, who acknowledged that indeed $21 million were pumped into India from the US aid to change the nature of the voter turnout and get someone else elected. Now, this comes fresh at the heels of multiple allegations against US aid, where they've been alleged of trying to influence voting and elections across the globe to topple governments that have a stronghold in various countries across the globe. And now US President Donald Trump has also acknowledged it. He said that why was there a need to spend or to send about $21 million to India to change the voter turnout? Viewers, for now, it's time to take a look at other stories that we're tracking at this hour from across Bharat in just 5 minutes. Take a look. First time MLA Rekha Gupta took oath as the National Capital's Chief Minister, capping the 11 days of suspense over who will be the next Delhi Chief Minister. Gupta was elected as the new Chief Minister unanimously during a BJP Legislative Party meeting yesterday.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने हमेशा जो कहा है वो किया है। संगठन में बहनों को आगे रखना, हर जगह जहाँ पे भी चुनाव हुआ उनको मौके देना, राज्यसभा से लेकर के निगम तक हर जगह बहनों को अधिकारी बनाना। और आज एक बड़ी मिसाल मुझे दिल्ली राज्य की मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में कार्यभार देने पे मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करती हूँ। मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार काम करेगी और निश्चित रूप में जितने भी वायदे हैं वो पूरे किए जाएंगे।
The grand oath-taking ceremony for Chief Minister-elect Rekha Gupta took place today at the Ram Leela Maidan. The swearing-in ceremony was attended by top leaders and dignitaries from across the country. Following the death of a 20-year-old engineering student, a 3-member high-level committee has been constituted by the Odisha government, which visited the KIIT campus to probe into the matter. The committee includes office holders from Home Ministry, Women and Child Development and Education Department. The committee held discussions with various stakeholders on the matter.
As per the direction of the state government, we have visited the campus, including the hostel and other areas also we are visiting. And we will submit our report appropriately to government. We have also met the Nepal delegation. We had a discussion and the state government is fully committed to take action as per law.
The National Investigation Agency, along with the assistance of the local police, have arrested 3 more accused linked to the Visakhapatnam espionage case. The accused were allegedly sharing sensitive information with the terror organization ISIS. The accused have since been detained, bringing the total arrest count to 8 as further investigation continues. Following the state government's decision to reduce working hours for Muslim forces during Ramadan, Telangana Minister Poonam Prabhakar defended the special provisions, citing that they have existed for the past 25 years now. A row erupted over the decision as the minister criticized the BJP for politicizing the move, while BJP hit back at Telangana and Andhra Pradesh governments for appeasement politics.
ये ऐसी नई बात नहीं है। आज ही तेलंगाना कांग्रेस सरकार ऐसा कोई जीवो निकाला है, कोई सर्कुलर निकाला, ऐसा नहीं है। ये महीना रमजान का महीने में हर साल में जब यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स में भी, यूनाइटेड तेलंगाना आंध्र प्रदेश में भी होता था, अभी भी आंध्र प्रदेश में हमारा से पहले जीवो निकाला है। तो इसमें राजनीति करने का बंद करो और आगे सोच करे, तेलंगाना डेवलपमेंट करे, तरक्की करे और आगे बढ़े।
3 members of a family were injured in a car crash while rushing home following the death of 3 of their family members. 2 women and a teenage girl were found dead in Kolkata's Tangra area. Though it remains unclear whether it was a suicide or a murder, further probe is underway.
ये अभी कहना मुश्किल है जब तक पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट नहीं मिल जाती कि मर्डर है कि सुसाइड है या दोनों का कुछ मिक्सअप है, क्या है एग्जैक्टली पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट एंड फर्दर यदि विसरा का जांच कराना पड़ेगा तो विसरा की जांच और पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट के बाद ही पता चलेगा एग्जैक्टली क्या हुआ। हम लोग पुलिस जो है हर एंगल से उसको देख रही है, फाइनेंशियल एस्पेक्ट प्लस और कोई यदि कोई डिस्प्यूट है या कोई और कारण है वो सब वेरीफाई करके देखा जा रहा है। तो इस
Viewers, getting in some fresh breaking news where Hamas is releasing the bodies of 4 hostages in a while. It includes a 9-month-old baby, a 4-year-old child, and an 83-year-old man and a 32-year-old woman. Red Cross vehicles have arrived at the Gaza Strip, where Hamas is to hand over the remains of the 4 Israeli hostages. These are the live visuals on your screens. A sea of people and multiple vehicles, Red Cross vehicles that have arrived at the Gaza Strip, where Hamas is to hand over the bodies of 4 hostages who died while in captivity for over 477 days in the Gaza Strip at the hands of the militant group Hamas. This includes a 9-month-old baby's body, a 4-year-old child, a 32-year-old woman, and also an 83-year-old man. This comes as the truce deal between Israel and Hamas has reached its 5th stage. And earlier, hostages were also released by Hamas, while Palestinian prisoners were released from the side of Israel. And today, in just moments from now, Hamas will be releasing the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages. Red Cross vehicles have arrived at the Gaza Strip at the location in West Bank where the exchange is supposed to happen. Hamas will hand over the dead bodies of the 4 hostages who've been in captivity for over 477 days now and died in Hamas's captivity at the Gaza Strip. This is a continuation of what unfolded on the 7th of October in 2023. These are the live visuals on your screens. You can see Hamas militants standing firm with arms and Palestinian people, a sea of Palestinian people standing near the Hamas militants. In fact, vehicles of the Red Cross have also arrived at the Gaza Strip, and just in moments from now, Hamas will be releasing the remains of hostages, at least 4 of them. This includes a 32-year-old woman, a 9-month-old baby, a 4-year-old child, and an 83-year-old man. These visuals are live from Khan Yunis in the Gaza Strip, where Hamas is set to return the remains of 4 Israeli hostages in just moments from now. We're also being joined by Ariela Rosenthal, who is the head of International Relations, Ashdod Municipality, to get us more details onto the release that we're eyeing onto our screens. Ariela, thank you for speaking to Republic. Tell us more about this release. Remains of 4 Israeli hostages, extremely unfortunate, which are to be released by Hamas in just moments from now. Talk to us about it, Ariela.
Well, this is a very, very grieving day for the people of Israel, the Bibas family, and especially the children. The 9-year-old was kidnapped along with his brother and the mother from the Gaza, from the 7th of October, from Nir Oz. It's a very, very hard day for the people of Israel. We are grieving. They are the symbol of the 7th of October, of the horrific acts done by the Hamas, their torture, their rape, and their murdering of the people of Israel. So the channels here in Israel have decided not to show the ceremony or this unspeakable thing that they are demonstrating in Gaza with the coffins of the 4 hostages that have been killed by the Hamas and are on their way to the Red Cross and from there to Israel. But this is a very, very sad, grieving day for the people of Israel, for our beloved ones that were murdered, all because of being Jewish by this terrorist, barbaric, jihadistic organization. This is a horrific day. This is very, very hard for us. This is...
Ariella,
I have no words.
Yes. Our hearts go out to everybody who are mourning this loss today. In fact, I also want to ask you, furthering the last question that I had, is Israel taking any steps in this direction now that at least 4 remains of 4 hostages are going to be brought back to the Israeli soil? Is there any statement from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu or his war cabinet, or are there any steps that Israel is eyeing after this?
Currently, last night, the Prime Minister Netanyahu made a statement to the people of Israel, where he says, of course, that the state of Israel is grieving and are in pain, and that he and the cabinet and the government of Israel is determined to ensure that this will never happen again to the people of Israel and to the state of Israel. This is day of grief and mourn, and we are all united together, this morning. This is a very emotional thing for us. And I think we are putting this morning everything aside and no blame, just to bring them back. We will never know what happened that morning and when they were murdered in Gaza, because everybody around the world saw them bringing that the terrorists, took them from Nir Oz kibbutz into Gaza. So everybody saw them alive. What happened in Gaza is of course, of the Hamas. They killed them. Of course, they will come out and say that their death was because of the IDF and their bombardments, and they were killed. Of course, things will be checked here in Israel, and everything is, clarified and told. We don't keep our secrets. But everybody must be remembered that the Hamas is the one to be blamed, and they, the people, they came and they captured, people that were sleeping in their beds and just took them to captivity in Gaza.
Right, Ariella. Right. In fact, looking forward, what are we eyeing at in terms of the truce deal or the exchange deal for hostages to be continuing? It's already in the 5th phase, we know that. But looking forward, are we eyeing at a continued truce deal between Israel and Hamas?
I think there will be a continuation in the truce. And on Saturday, another 6 of the hostages that is actually, finishing the first phase of the truce. I know that now, along with the government, with Trump administration and the Qatar and Egypt, are trying to see how we can actually continue the first phase in order for the other hostages to be released. What I understand from the media, that there are approximately another 54 hostages that are alive in the 74 that are still to come. So we have a long way, and every hostages must return to Israel. People must understand that we favor life and we honor our death and we will never leave them in Gaza. Never, no more what.
Right.
Otherwise, we cherish life, and the Judaism understands that even the families must bring back their dead, so they will have where they can go to mourn on a tomb in a cemetery. We want to bury them.
Yes. Ariella, just hold your thought there just for a moment. Viewers, these are the live visuals on your screens where coffins that are carrying the remains of the 4 hostages are being transported and are being carried till the Red Cross vehicles that are waiting in Khan Yunis in the Gaza Strip. Live visuals on your screens. Unfortunate that 4 remains of 4 hostages are today being returned to the Israeli soil from Hamas militants. Now, these 4 hostages died while in captivity in Gaza of the Hamas militants. This includes a 9-month-old baby, a 4-year-old child, a 32-year-old woman who is also a mother of 2, and an 83-year-old man. Live visuals on your screens from Khan Yunis in Gaza. The flag that you can see fluttering is of the Red Cross. The vehicles are of the Red Cross, where coffins are now being taken with the remains of 4 hostages. Being joined by our senior editor, Niranjan Narayanaswamy, to talk to us about the ongoing deal.
You know, these are live pictures coming in right now, and this is a very, very critical moment in the relationship, between both Israel and America, and the way Trump has intervened. These are live pictures coming in. Let me first speak over the pictures. These are Red Cross officials who are at Gaza Strip, and this is at the Khan Yunis, where the live pictures are coming in from, where the Hamas is returning the remains of 4 Israeli hostages. You heard that very, very emotional message from Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday. He said it is going to be a very, very testing day for all of Israel and a turning point. He spoke about how he was heartbroken as they learned of the news of 4 of the hostages, including a mother and her 2 children, who have for long been feared dead. And this is the most shocking aspect of the brutality that Hamas has inflicted upon the people of Israel, who are many of whom were taken hostages in this attack that took place in October 2023. They included a mother, her 2 children, and Israel has been saying that they feared that they were dead. Their remains were kept with Hamas for all these months and years. We don't exactly know when they died, but their bodies have been kept by Hamas. And the remains are being released as we speak. Those are Hamas terrorists holding guns and banners. A few days back, when 4 hostages were released, we saw those pictures of Hamas releasing the Israeli hostages with a sand timer in their hand, sending out a message that time is running out. Now, all of this is happening, of course, after Trump's intervention. Trump had given a deadline. 4 hostages were released, but now it appears that Hamas is also releasing 6 more on Saturday. 6 hostages who are alive on Saturday, and today the remains of the 4 hostages are being handed over to Israel. Let me tell you a little bit about the remains of those who are being handed over, or the remains of the hostages who are being handed over. One of them is Shiri Bibas. Shiri Bibas, a mother, her 2 children, Ariel and Kafir. Kafir was the youngest captive taken that day. He was the youngest captive, and Hamas had said that all 3 were killed in an Israeli airstrike early in the war. They hadn't put a date to it. The terrorist group also today releasing the body of Oded Lifshitz, who was 83 years old when he was abducted. So look at, the brutality of Hamas. You have young children, Kafir, a young toddler who was taken hostage, an 83-year-old also taken hostage called Oded Lifshitz. And yesterday, that message from Benjamin Netanyahu, there's a video that he put out yesterday addressing his country and the world, saying that the heart of an entire nation breaks That's what Benjamin Netanyahu said while anticipating and waiting for this poignant moment in the war. As we see perhaps what we hope are the last stages. Look at that. Video journalists of the terror group bringing over. Look at that. That's the remains being brought in the coffin and held by 4 Hamas terrorists who have their face covered. Hamas cowards covering their face as they hand over the remains of the 4 hostages, including an 83-year-old. That's another coffin that's just been handed over to the Red Cross, as it will now carry all the 4 Israeli hostages or what remains of them and hand it over to their family. A very, very heartbreaking moment for all of Israel. We've been seeing the kind of responses that are coming in from Israel, including from their prime minister, ministers, leading voices, all in anticipation of this moment, have been talking about how difficult this particular moment is to get those hostages back in a box. And these are remains that are being returned. The Red Cross in that SUV that you see there, placing the coffins, and those white, you see the white barriers there, just kept there as the remains were being placed into that SUV, which will now be moved from Gaza into Israel and officially handed over to the Israeli authorities. These are live pictures coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Israel so far celebrated the return of 24 living hostages in the last few weeks in what has been a very, very shaky ceasefire that paused over 15 months of war. But this handover today, what is happening right now in front of your screens, this is a grim reminder of what has happened since October 2023. A reminder of those who died in captivity. Died or killed, we don't know. But Hamas terrorists claim that they were killed in an Israeli airstrike. Of course, nobody believes that. Nobody believes that they could have been killed in an airstrike, because Hamas, has been using these hostages as human shields in all these years, in all these months, since the war began in October 2023. That's the Hamas version. You see another SUV there, a white SUV of belonging to the Red Cross. Back up and wait for more remains of the hostages to be brought closer. Those are live pictures coming in from Gaza, ladies and gentlemen. As you see, Hamas terrorists waving those banners and green flags, hand over the remains of the 4 Israeli hostages. Once again, the names of these hostages. I'm repeating the names. Remember the names. Ariel and Kafir, 2 children. Ariel and Kafir, 2 children, and their mother, Shiri Bibas, killed by Hamas, killed in Hamas custody. And the oldest of them all was 83 years old, who is Oded Lifshitz. And his remains too is being handed over to the Red Cross, which will formally hand the remains back to the Israeli authorities. Look at that. As those video journalists of the Hamas move, you can see 4 more Hamas terrorists bring the remains of another Israeli hostage. You see that hostage there being brought in a coffin and being placed in another white SUV, which is backed up and is waiting for the coffin to be placed there. It will now be crossing over to Israel from the Gaza Strip. You see the black and the white barriers. There are white barriers placed so that the cameras don't really get a shot of the bodies being removed from the coffin. They will be removed from the coffin. The remains are being taken out of the coffin and placed onto another makeshift, a casket, and kept there inside that white SUV before it crosses over. Now, these are grim images. And I just heard, the panelist who's also joining us live from Israel, from Ashdod, she was telling us a little bit more about, what this moment means for Israel and how difficult this particular moment is for them. And that's Ariela Rosenthal. Ariela Rosenthal is the head of international relations at Ashdod municipality. A very, very difficult moment, Ariela, as we look at these pictures. Tell us, I just want to hear from you, how difficult has it been for Israel to deal with this moment? You've been preparing for it. It was public knowledge that there were 4, remains that will be handed over. Some children, one 83-year-old, a senior citizen. right? Very, very, very grim images coming in.
It's a very, very hard time for the state of Israel. We have been, since the 7th of October, going through a very hard time, trying every way to bring back our hostages. Yes, we did know for a long time that it may be that the Bibas family and more have been cruelly killed and murdered in captivity. But you never get ready for such a moment. I want you to understand, if you look how we cherish life and we try to, and we raise up our children with morals of love and understanding and accepting the other. Israel is a multicultural country that cherishes and praises life. And when you look now at the ceremony here in Gaza, where you see children with guns and praising such a sick ceremony and putting in this propaganda and these silent, praises of praising death and killing and brutality. This is something sick. I'm sorry. This is the new generation of the Hamas that is raising a new generation of terrorists. And I don't understand what's going on with the world. Wake up. Donations that the world has given for infrastructure and education to the people of Gaza. What has the Hamas terrorist organization done with all the donations? They are just praising and nourishing death and hatred instead of building a better future for their people. I'm looking and I don't understand what's going on. How
Stay
can
with
I
me,
do such
Arya, stay with me. Looking at more pictures coming in. That's perhaps the last, of the bodies, the remains of the last hostage being brought out, handed over by Hamas to the Red Cross. Let it sink in. An infant was held hostage. An infant who perhaps died or was killed for several months. And his body, the infant's body, was kept by Hamas in all these months, and they didn't return even an infant's body. Let that sink in. If you're watching this live coverage, let that sink in. An infant's body was kept with Hamas in all of these months, and they are returning it now. And this is the tragedy of this war. And like our colleague from Israel was saying, there are children there, and I saw many children just running around with guns there at Gaza. You can see children, youth, many of whom in their teens, many of whom below the age of 15, many of whom I just saw some anywhere between 5 to 15 years of age, they're running around holding guns. This is the tragedy of the war that we are witnessing in Gaza. And the 4 SUVs that you see there with the 4 coffins of the 4 hostages, the remains of the 4 hostages have been loaded, and they will now move towards Israel, and the remains will be handed over to Israel in a short while from now. Once again, Kafir Bibas, I'm repeating the name. Kafir Bibas was 9 months old. 9 months old. And from the description that we have of Kafir Bibas, just 9 months old, a red-headed infant, a toothless smile, when terrorists stormed into the family's home on the 7th of October 2023. His brother Ariel was 4 years old. And a video shot that day showed a terrified Shiri, the mother, swaddling the 2 boys as terrorists led them into Gaza. Those pictures were there as well. So this is a story to tell that after 15 months, 16 months of the war, their bodies are being handed over. A mother and her 2 children and an 83-year-old. Those SUVs of the Red Cross are just lining up. They will now merge into a convoy that will move from Gaza and proceed into Israel. And the husband of Shiri, who along with her 2 boys, have been killed in Hamas custody. Her husband, Yarden Bibas, was also taken separately by Hamas terrorists. He too was kidnapped, but Yarden Bibas was released this month after 16 months in captivity. And relatives in Israel were clinging on to hope in all these months, marking the first and the second birthdays of the 9-year-old infant who was 9-month-old, I beg your pardon, when he was picked up by Hamas, kidnapped by Hamas. And the Bibas family had said that it would wait for identification procedures before acknowledging that it was indeed their loved ones who were dead. We don't know whether it is actually their loved ones or what is being claimed by the Hamas. And to show solidarity. To show solidarity, supporters throughout Israel have worn orange, showing solidarity with the family. A reference to the 2 boys and the physical appearance. They had red hair, and a popular children's song was written in their honor. We're taking a short break here on Republic TV, but those are the pictures of the remains of the 4 Israeli hostages. They were killed in Hamas custody. Hamas terrorists didn't spare a 9-month-old, a 4-year-old, an 83-year-old, and a mother of the 2 children. They are returning to Israel in caskets, in 4 coffins. Taking a break.
I'm delighted that the Republic Plenary Summit is being held on March 6th. I've been a participant in the summit in earlier years. It's a remarkable event. I wish it all the best and all success.
afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you on Live and Breaking. Let's take a quick look at all the headlines at this hour.
मैं रेखा गुप्ता ईश्वर की शपथ लेती हूँ कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगी.
Rekha Gupta takes oath as the Delhi Chief Minister, the oath administered by Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena in presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah and the NDA Chief Ministers. Six MLAs including Parvesh Verma, Kapil Sharma take oath as ministers along with Chief Minister Rekha Gupta. Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah to attend the NDA alliance meeting today in the national capital. Prime Minister to address the allies. Palestinian terror group Hamas returns the remains of 4 Israeli hostages, including a mother and her 2 children.
And $21 million for voter turnout in India. What do we need to spend $21 million for voter turnout in India? Wow, $21 million. I guess they were trying to get somebody else elected. Well, we ought to tell the Indian government.
Trump gets on the $21 million US aid controversy, says need to tell the Indian government. The US President Donald Trump has reacted to $21 million aid. Speaking in Florida, Trump said, and I quote him here, "Why do we need to spend $21 million on voter turnout in India? I guess they were trying to get somebody else elected. And we have to tell the Indian government that this is a total breakthrough," unquote. Viewers, this is a big indication, once again, that US intends to, in fact, expose the meddling in the polls in India. He has confirmed the meddling, and now he has said, at least that what he has said, he has claimed that he will tell the Indian government about it. And he also says that it seems they were trying to get someone else elected. So this entire role of the deep state, viewers, is coming to the surface layer by layer. It's all being unpeeled. We are seeing how the US government, the US president is out in the open, calling out the role of deep state and the interference, the foreign interference in India and of course in other countries as well, has been confirmed by the US now. Remember, this controversy had broke out after Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, the DOGE, revealed the planned allocation, leading to political debate in India as well. Trump supported DOGE's decision to cancel the funding, the US aid funding, the $21 million funding, and he expressed the respect for Prime Minister, also questioning the necessity of the grant to India, grant to many other countries in Asia, he says, and other, of course, continents as well. And the important part is when he says that the US was trying to get somebody else elected. My colleague Deepak, in fact, is joining us live on the broadcast from our digital studio. He'll try and help us understand more about this. Deepak, this is, of course, another big statement from the United States president. And one by one, we see that the lens is now only on the US aid funding. And we need to understand that all these layers are slowly being peeled off.
That's right, Rakshita. Ever since the Department of Government Efficiency cut out funding on various, fronts, one of the most prominent, aspects that came to light was the fact that $21 million was being spent on influencing voter turnout. And US President Donald Trump has also said that this is a big development, it's a big breakthrough, and that the Indian government must be informed about it. So let's help our viewers understand what Donald Trump was telling us and also what this means. Because $21 million, as claimed by the DOGE report, goes on to clearly show that there was indeed foreign meddling in Indian elections, and this funding was given to influence the voter turnout. And Donald Trump clearly says that there was a bid to replace the ruling dispensation. That means they wanted somebody else to come to power. That's what Donald Trump said. Now let me take you through the quotes of what Donald Trump has said. Donald Trump has said that why do we need to spend $21 million on voter turnout in India? And furthermore, he goes on to say that this is indeed a big breakthrough. They were trying to get somebody else elected. This is the statement that Donald Trump has said, and he has said that we have got to tell the Indian government. This is US President Donald Trump just earlier today said that this is a total breakthrough and the Indian government must be informed about it. And he has also questioned why should US fund $21 million to influence voter turnout. Now, let's tell you more about this particular story. Unmasking deep state agents. So basically, funds to influence India's voter turnout have now been exposed. The report also clearly mentioned that $21 million were funneled into India, and Trump has gotten on this $21 million US aid controversy. It gets bigger and bigger by the day because everybody is questioning, did money go to the anti-Modi lobby? Because now the lens is on journalists as well as NGOs. Names of beneficiaries will be released soon. That's what all of this implies. It has been confirmed that money was indeed funneled, but names of journalists, NGOs are not yet known, and they will be released very, very soon. That's what Donald Trump has been hinting at, and this is what he has said, that it's a big breakthrough and the Indian government must be informed about it.
Thanks so much, Deepak, for joining us and with that explanation of that story, viewers. In fact, Donald Trump has time and again now flagged ever since he has taken oath for the second time as the President of the United States. Viewers, India has spent more money in their own elections than even US have in the presidential elections, and the voter turnout has also been greater. So where was this money going? Why was this money being sent to India? That is the big question. Take a listen once again to what Donald Trump exactly said.
And $21 million for voter turnout in India. What do we need to spend $21 million for voter turnout in India? Wow, $21 million. I guess they were trying to get somebody else elected. Well, we ought to tell the Indian government, because when we hear that Russia spent about $2 in our country, it was a big deal, right? They took some internet ads for $2,000. This is a total breakthrough. $21 million for India elections.
Right, viewers, we have Mr. Alok Bansal, geopolitical expert, joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Bansal, well, US government has now confirmed that there was meddling in India, and the highlight of this is that why does India need $21 million? And that fact remains that India has spent billions and billions of dollars, if you talk about the currency. India has spent more money, and India has had a slightly greater turnout for its own elections in 2024. Well, where was this money going? Who was receiving it is the big question. And that Trump says that it seems that someone else, they were trying to get someone else elected.
See, there is no doubt that Government of India Election Commission has been incentivizing or trying to educate the voters to come and cast votes. So there is no need absolutely for a foreign agency to get involved in for persuading Indian voters to go and vote. They could have done as well in the United States. The fact of the matter is, what was their purpose is very clearly articulated by what President Trump has said. They probably wanted a regime change. And this is quite evident if you see the breakdown of the money that's been given by USAID. You'll find that after Ukraine, the highest amount of money was given to Bangladesh. And what was the result? We saw a regime change. So wherever this money was being given to bring about a change. And this was not being routed through State Department or anything. USAID was acting, I don't know at whose behest. And this is very important because what President Trump said, that after 2016 elections, there were allegations that Russians had funded elections in US to help Trump come to power, and which was a much smaller amount, for which a huge hue and cry was made in US media. So he was trying to say that here there is a very clear-cut evidence that they have given so much of money for Indian elections. And why should US be interested in incentivizing Indian voters to come and vote? So obviously it was intended for a change of regime, and that's what has been highlighted. And there is no doubt whatsoever what was the aim, because we have seen what happened in Bangladesh. You have very clear-cut inference to draw.
Absolutely. In fact, the way Donald Trump called it as, it is a total breakthrough. But what we expect now from Donald Trump is that he must expose, if he's making such claims and he's making this big statement, he is of course confirming, and it is something that we've seen time and again, that there have been signs of foreign interference, but this time it is very serious. He cannot just make such comments loosely. There must be a lot of evidence behind it. There must be a lot of truth behind it, and that's why he has said that standing on at the podium. So how do you expect that, how quick we expect that Donald Trump should be telling the government about this?
See, let there be one thing clear. He has not made an emphatic statement. He has made a statement which is should be or could be. So please understand, he obviously does not have a clear-cut evidence, but what is there is actually very clearly evident, that why should a US government agency be giving $21 million to voters in India to come and vote? Obviously, India has a fairly good voter record. So obviously, this money is intended for something. Now, I don't know what is the accounting system of USAID, how this money has been disbursed, whether they have records. Generally, the US government or US agencies maintain a fairly good record. So investigation is on. I feel we should be able to get to the bottom of this. But that is as good a speculation as anyone else's. But inferences are very clear. You see the full list of USAID disbursement, and you have, right on number 2, you have Bangladesh, which has received the highest amount of money after Ukraine. And you have seen a regime change in Bangladesh. So obviously, all this money which was going was either for war or conflict or for regime changes. So obviously, whatever was given in India was also for regime change. Maybe not sufficient to inflict a regime change like in Bangladesh, which is relatively a smaller country, and the amount disbursed was much larger. But probably that's the issue that I think is very clearly evident, I think, from this list.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Alok Bansal, with your thoughts on that story. It's a big charge, viewers, coming in. It's a big statement coming in from Donald Trump. In fact, now we have reactions coming in. The BJP, of course, is demanding answers, demanding that the people must be exposed. But now it's J&K Chief Minister Omar Abdullah reacting to the controversy, saying it is for the Americans who they want to give aid, and that there shouldn't be no foreign interference. Omar further went on to say that we do not see, I quote him here, we do not see foreign interference so far, and if there's been interference, then the ECI should issue a clarification, unquote. So it's of course putting the onus on the Election Commission of India. But he says that as of now, he hasn't realized anything. He doesn't feel that there has been any sort of interference. Take a listen and viewers to Omar Abdullah.
तो सवाल क्या है ना, जैसे ही सेड कि उनको लगता है कि someone wanted to get someone else. वो अमेरिका तक है, एड उनका है, वो किसको देना चाहते हैं, किसको नहीं देना चाहते हैं, वो फैसला हमारा कहाँ पर है. फॉरेन इंटरफेरेंस इंडियन इलेक्शंस में, फॉरेन इंटरफेरेंस इन द नहीं होना चाहिए. और वैसे भी ना फॉरेन इंटरफेरेंस की फिलहाल कोई सबूत तो नजर नहीं आ रही है. हमें तो ना बताएं, इलेक्शन कमीशन को फिर इस चीज का जवाब देना होगा. क्या हमारे इलेक्शंस में कहीं पे फॉरेन इंटरफेरेंस हुआ है? क्योंकि अभी तक तो हम मान के चल रहे हैं कि हमारे इलेक्शन जो है फ्री और फेयर रहे हैं. अब अगर इस तरह की कोई बात आई है तो इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया इसमें सफाई दे.
Right, viewers, that's one of the big stories that we are tracking for you today. Meanwhile, let's take a quick look at some more stories making news from across the country. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. A Bangladesh Airlines flight bound from Dhaka to Dubai made an emergency landing at the Nagpur airport in the wee hours of the 20th of February. Due to a technical issue, no casualties or damage was reported as further investigation is underway. In a terrifying incident, an 11-year-old girl was physically assaulted by her teacher at the madrasa. The accused, identified as Hassan, was immediately detained following a complaint by the victim's family. Further probe is underway. Following the death of a 20-year-old engineering student in Odisha's KIIT University, the management has shared that the university will issue a scholarship after the deceased. The management also met the deceased girl's family, assuring him that KIIT is committed to following investigation protocols. In yet another crackdown on drug trafficking, the Jammu and Kashmir police have nabbed 5 people for allegedly smuggling more than 10 kilograms of heroin valued at 55 crores. The accused are linked to a Pakistan-backed group and were caught smuggling drugs from Pakistan to India. According to sources, the money generated through drug sales were used for fueling terror activities across the borders. In a major operation at the Bengaluru airport, the Enforcement Directorate seized a large amount of foreign currency being smuggled to Colombo. The foreign currency is valued to be around 2.12 crore rupees, and 3 accused have been detained. NIA, along with the assistance of the local police, have arrested 3 more accused linked to the Visakhapatnam espionage case. The accused were allegedly sharing sensitive information with the terror organization ISIS. The accused have since been detained, bringing the total arrest count to 8 as further investigation continues. All right, viewers, time for a short break. While we get you the latest on the US meddling that has been now exposed, Trump makes a big statement, says need to tell the Indian government about it. Stay tuned.
The Limitless India Youth Hackathon. Call for entries. Category 4. Equity and Empowerment.
I'm delighted to hear of this new project which Republic TV is bringing to India. India is full of talent. Indian youth is perhaps the most promising asset of the world, not just of India. They need their moment in the sun. They need to be recognized. They need to be identified. And yes, they need to be praised. And I'm sure that this event organized by Republic will do all 3 for the younger generation.
उसने मुझे मारा, पूरा रिकॉर्ड हुआ,
हमारा नाम अनिल प्रसाद यादव है। हम नेपाल से हैं। हम लोग KP8B हॉस्टल बॉयज हॉस्टल में रहते हैं। हम लोग आज धक्के मार के निकाले हुए हैं। आज बोल
डिक्टेटर ऑफ आवर स्टेट, ऐसा नहीं कि वो बाहर से है। इसके लिए हमें बहुत खेद है और भारत नेपाल का संपर्क को अच्छी तरह से फिर कैसे रिस्टोर किया जा सके, उड़ीसा का संपर्क कैसे रिस्टोर किया जा सके।
Hi there, we are proud to announce Republic Plenary 2025, a gigantic thought leadership summit for the youth. The theme this year is Limitless India, and you, the youngsters, have an opportunity to be part of the initiative. All you have to do is scan the barcode on your screen and send in your ideas on Limitless India. We will showcase the best pitch decks to the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, who is going to be the chief guest on March 6th at the Bharat Mandap. Scan the code on your screen or visit summit.republicworld.com and send in your pitch deck videos of under 5 minutes.
Director, the taste of success.
Hello, I'm Harish Salve. I'm delighted to hear of this new project Republic TV is bringing to India. One of the headings, I believe, is about equity and empowerment. India is full of talent. They need their moment in the sun. They need to be recognized, they need to be identified, and yes, they need to be praised. This event organized by Republic will do all three for the younger generation. All I would say in advance is hurrah.
A big shout out to all young Indians. You have the opportunity to be a part of the Republic Plenary Summit 2025, Limitless India. All you have to do is send us a pitch deck with less than 5 minutes and upload it on summit.republicworld.com or simply scan the barcode on your screen and follow the steps. This year, there are 9 categories you can choose from, ranging from digital economy to artificial intelligence, and the best ideas will be chosen and showcased in front of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, who has agreed to be the chief guest at the Republic Plenary Summit 2025, Limitless India. So go ahead and send us that pitch deck.
Президент Юрий Ушаков.
And I've been saying that we're going to do
split here between the two parties as the former president is seizing now. The Russia talks, your impression of how they went today, and if you're perhaps more confident or less confident of a deal after what happened today?
Well, much more confident. They were very good. Russia wants to do something. They want to stop the savage barbarianism. I mean, what's going on over there? It's soldiers are being killed by the thousands on a weekly basis. It's ridiculous.
As part of a peace deal with Putin, would you be willing to consider removing all American troops from Europe?
Well, nobody's asked me to do that, so I don't think we'd have to do that. I wouldn't want to do that. But that question's never really come up.
Sir, do you support stationing European peacekeeping troops in Ukraine as part of this peace deal?
If they want to do that, that's great. I'm all for it. If they want to do that, I think that'd be fine. I mean, I know France has mentioned it. Others have mentioned it. UK has mentioned it. But if we have a peace deal, I think having troops over there from the standpoint of Europe, we won't have to put any over there because, we're very far away. But having troops over there would be fine. I would not object to it at all. And I'm very disappointed. I hear that, they're upset about not having a seat. Well, they've had a seat for 3 years and a long time before that. This could have been settled very easily. Just a half-baked negotiator could have settled this years ago without the loss of much land, very little land, without the loss of any lives, and without the loss of cities that are just laying on their side.
President, before the end of the month,
Split here between the two parties as the former president is seizing now.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
The Limitless India Youth Hackathon. Call for entries, Category 6. Digital Economy.
I'm super excited about Republic TV's Republic Plenary Summit, where they're inviting some of the bright young minds of the country to participate in a hackathon. I am going to be part of the digital economy category, the one that excites me the most, because in the next decade, India is going to transition into being a superpower in the digital economy on the back of some amazing homegrown innovations. The best example today is UPI, on which PhonePe has been built. So do come and be a part of this great event, and I'm looking forward to
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 2 p.m. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Our top focus remains on what Donald Trump has said. He has essentially called out the election sabotage in India. This comes after the Doge report which was led by Elon Musk, which claimed that $21 million grant was given to alter the voter turnout in India. Trump has reacted to that in a very, very strong statement that he's given out. There are political reactions here in India as well, with the BJP asking the Congress to now come clean on that topic. We'll get you all that and much more on this edition. But first, the headlines.
And $21 million for voter turnout in India. What do we need to spend $21 million for voter turnout in India? Wow, $21 million. I guess they were trying to get somebody else elected. Well, we ought to tell the Indian government.
Trump calls out sellouts, says $21 million sanctioned by USA to influence voter turnout in Indian elections and overturn the government. BJP launches a scathing attack on Congress after Trump's claim, says US President's remarks signal external interference in India's election and that the Congress must come clean on it.
मैं रेखा गुप्ता ईश्वर की शपथ लेती हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगी.
BJP government takes shape in the national capital after 27 long years. Rekha Gupta takes oath as the Delhi Chief Minister. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah to attend key NDA alliance meeting today in the national capital. Prime Minister is also expected to address the allies. Hamas returns the remains of 4 Israeli hostages, claims they were killed during the initial airstrikes at the start of the war. And we shift our focus to breaking news coming in, where we learn that the NDA will be holding a key meeting today in the national capital. These are the live visuals that we are getting from the national capital, the National Democratic Alliance there in full strength, led by Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. On his right-hand side, you can see BJP Chief JP Nadda, along with Rajnath Singh, Chandrababu Naidu also there on stage. This is a massive show of strength by the NDA in the national capital. This comes just minutes after Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta was sworn in today. The BJP has made a strong comeback in Delhi after 27 long years. Rekha Gupta there standing behind Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Harsha, my colleague, is joining me live from the national capital. Yes, Harsha, please take us through the developments in the national capital.
So Tanisha, this morning we saw there the new Delhi has got the new Chief Minister, which is Rekha Gupta. After her swearing ceremony, right now we are at Imperial Hotel, this hotel where the NDA lunch meet has been organized, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Amit Shah and all the Chief Ministers of the BJP and NDA ruled states have already arrived. We have seen the presence of Eknath Shinde and also we have seen the presence of Devendra Fadnavis and also the presence of Chandrababu Naidu, Pawan Kalyan and other Chief Ministers who have been called, who were also the attendees of the swearing-in ceremony at Ramlila Maidan. Now all those dignitaries have already arrived at the Imperial Hotel from where I'm reporting right now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi just arrived 5 minutes back and already now meeting has begun. This is an informal lunch meet which has been organized, and also New Delhi CM Rekha Gupta will be interacting one-on-one with all the BJP and NDA ruled states Chief Minister in the presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and HM Amit Shah. This is indeed a very important day for Delhi because after 27 years the drought for BJP in Delhi has finally ended, and also the focus of Delhi Chief Minister will now be on certain important issues which BJP has been speaking through their manifesto during their campaign, and also they will start today with the Aarti at Yamuna, where all the cabinet ministers will be going along with Delhi Chief Minister. So this is indeed a very important day, and that is the reason why the swearing-in ceremony was very grand. All the dignitaries, the influential people, the prominent personalities parties, chief ministers, all were called, and this is the meeting where everyone will interact informally. There's a meet and greet, sort of a lunch. Along with lunch, there will be a meet and greet, informal interaction of all the chief ministers with New Delhi CM Rekha Gupta. It's a good occasion to interact and know each other very well, and that is why we have been told that this program will go on till 3 o'clock, and after 3 o'clock, all the chief ministers will leave for their residence, or some who have to leave for their respective state will leave today only. But yes, from here, Rekha Gupta along with the cabinet will be going for the Yamuna. At Yamuna Ghat, there's an Aarti which has been organized, because we very well know Yamuna was one of the key issues of BJP in this election. We have seen the political row and tug of war between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP during election campaign as well, when there was a lot of talk in the town regarding the cleanliness of Yamuna River. So we'll see all those happenings today, but right now all the focus is at Imperial Hotels. After some time we'll also get inside visuals exclusive, where we see how all these informal meeting and meet and greet is happening between all the chief ministers with the Delhi CM Rekha Gupta in the presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, this is an informal lunch meeting, as you tell us. Are we also expecting a formal meeting? Are we also expecting Prime Minister to address the allies, since the NDA show of strength is on full display today in the national capital?
So Tanisha, it's an informal meeting, and everyone is expecting address from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a word of few, because as we saw at Ramleela Maidan, Prime Minister Narendra Modi didn't make any address. He didn't speak at all at Ramleela Maidan. But this is a place where Prime Minister can give his mantra, and Prime Minister has a long, elongated political career. We have seen him as Chief Minister of Gujarat, and now ruling at the centre, being a Prime Minister. And so he could give few mantras and informal chit-chat, because not the allies are all the friends also of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We have seen the equation of Prime Minister with either Chandrababu Naidu, Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde, and also the new chief ministers which I've seen of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, Vishnu Desai, Mohan Yadav and also Bhajan Lal Sharma. All these CMs are already here. So we have seen the close camaraderie of Prime Minister Narendra Modi with all of them. And now Rekha Gupta is a new addition to this list. And we can clearly say that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be interacting informally with all of them. Usually during such meetings, whenever there's an NDA meeting, we have seen Prime Minister having a light chit-chat with most of his friends, the allies, or now the Chief Minister of several states as well. So we can expect few lines from Prime Minister inside, but we'll get to know exactly what was the chat inside after the meeting gets concluded. But right now, what is all inside happening is an informal lunch, and after some time we'll get to know the inside stories as well. What was the mantra shared by Prime Minister Narendra Modi with his allies and the new Chief Minister of Delhi? Back to you.
It's a very historic achievement. Thank you.
All right, that was Pawan Kalyan that was addressing the media. We'll try and see if we can get that reaction again. But these are the live visuals that we're getting in from the national capital of Prime Minister Modi, along with NDA chief ministers of the NDA ruled states, showing strength in the national capital. Moving on to the top story that we're tracking here on Republic. It is Donald Trump now which has called out the US aid meddling into Indian elections. He has made a big statement where he said that there was an attempt to alter the voter turnout, that there was an attempt to elect some other government, and he said that that it was supposed to be told to the government. He says that this is a total breakthrough. Now remember, this comes after the DOJ report that claimed that $21 million grants was given to alter the voter turnout in India. Trump is now backing that claim. Listen in first to that statement by the United States President Donald Trump.
And $21 million for voter turnout in India. What do we need to spend $21 million for voter turnout in India? Wow, $21 million. I guess they were trying to get somebody else elected. Well, we ought to tell the Indian government, because when we hear that Russia spent about $2 in our country, it was a big deal, right? They took some internet ads for $2,000. This is a total breakthrough. $21 million for India elections.
All right, I'm being joined by Tara Kartha and Madhav Nanapat on the show. Thank you very much for speaking to Republic. Madhav Nanapat, first to you. It's a grave meddling that has come out in the open. First, it was the Doge report. Now, Donald Trump has backed the claim as well. What do you think are the repercussions if this act, if true, has been proven?
Look, it's absolutely no secret that there has been US meddling in several countries, including India, and that meddling was intended for regime change because they wanted to replace the elected leaders with other people, either through the electoral process, which is obviously what they were trying in India, which is a very complex country, or without the electoral process, which they have done in Bangladesh next door. And you've seen Sheikh Hasina removed. So this is it's a matter of satisfaction for all of us who have been talking about this, who have been talking about the fact that Prime Minister Modi is in the gun sights of people who do not like his independent policy, who do not like the fact that India has stood up under Prime Minister Modi. And we have been saying this for quite some time, and now it's been confirmed by the US government, by US government data and details. So what are those who were critical of us going to say now about the fact that, for so long, they called us, conspiracy theorists? The fact is, yes, there are conspiracies, and unfortunately, many of these conspiracies turn out to be accurate. And the conspiracies that they have so-called unraveled about this government are absolutely a load of absolute rubbish. They have said that there is mass killing of minorities. Where is that? Anywhere in the country? It is, stray incidents take place. People from different communities, unfortunately, pay with their lives. Sometimes to people from other communities. Very rarely for interfaith reasons, usually for other reasons, that is financial or personal. But the fact is, so many lies have been spread about India. So many lies have been spread about Indian democracy. So many lies have been spread about Prime Minister Modi. It is astonishing, frankly. And if I may say so, it's a mountain of untruth that has come up. And now that mountain is being demolished, not only in India, but very systematically by the United States as well. And it is now clear that USAID was a major conduit for funding these groups. And on the one hand, Biden was all smiles. There was a great welcome in the White House. On the other hand, this kind of underhand activity was going on. And we have been pointing it out, but now we have got confirmation from no less than the President of the United States that our apprehensions were correct. Thank you.
Right. Madhav Nalapat, thank you for sharing your views. Tara Kartha, do you feel it's the time now that India should name and shame the sellouts who have interfered in Indian elections? Essentially, it is a violation of India's sovereignty as well.
No, I would wait for some confirmation as to how this has been worked out, because 21 million apparently is to sort of maintain this outfit in India, right? Which itself is questionable, right? That itself, that there should be these NGOs who are supposed to be monitoring elections elsewhere. I mean, what business do you have doing these things? We are a democracy. We have a perfectly capable election commission who's able to do these things. So what is the necessity at all? I mean, forget about the funding aspect. Second thing is, apparently from what I can make out, that there was this International Foundation for Electoral Systems, an MOU with them by the CEC. Now, whether the money there was exchanged, again, we don't know what for sure, but IFES is funded by the Open Society Foundation, which is a George Soros outfit. So there are these, like Professor Nalapat accurately said, there are these multiple avenues of funding various NGOs for various reasons, which we have to look into very carefully for in future times. This cannot be allowed in a functioning democracy. I mean, in the end, it's so strange. Our election turnout was far higher than that of the US. So what are you talking about for election turnout? We are quite capable of handling it ourselves.
Absolutely, ma'am. I request Tarakartha and Madhav Nalapa to stay with us. Remember, it was in April 2024, when the Prime Minister had first hinted out at interference, at foreign interference to be precise, in the Indian elections. Listen into that statement.
आजकल देश दुनिया के बड़े बड़े ताकतवर लोग मोदी को हटाने के लिए एकजुट हो गए हैं, लेकिन ये नारी शक्ति का आशीर्वाद है, मातृशक्ति का आशीर्वाद है, आपका सुरक्षा कवच है कि मोदी हर चुनौती से टकराते हुए चलता जा रहा है.
Mr. Nalapal, what do you think could be the legal actions that India could take, keeping in mind the foreign interference that has come to light in the Indian elections?
Look, I think the legal avenues are somewhat limited. But the fact is that if names are furnished of those who benefited from this funding, which is obviously quote-unquote foreign funding, and that too not from private individuals, but directly from the US state, run by the Biden administration at that point in time. I think naming those who received this kind of money would be would be extremely damaging to them, and would enable a situation to be created in which they no longer are able to function because their credibility would have gone down to zero. So I'd like to say that this can only be the tip of the iceberg. And may I remind you, India is not the only democracy where this has happened, the only large democracy. In the United States, a systematic effort was on to basically brand Donald Trump a Russian agent. I mean, that's utter rubbish. A Russian agent, and to ensure that he would be defeated in the just concluded U.S. election, of 2024, November. So the fact is, massive meddling took place there, massive funding took place there, and people like George Soros, frankly, they are helping China because they are damaging those countries, or seeking to damage those countries, India especially, under Prime Minister Modi, that can stand up to China and help secure the Indo-Pacific along with the United States and other partners.
Right.
So why George Soros is acting in a way which is of substantial benefit to China is something for George Soros and his foundation to answer. But this Open Society Foundation is actually a foundation that it closes society to any opposing view, and they did that during the Ukraine war by just shutting off access to any view that was contradictory to the the chant that we heard about the Ukraine war, that Ukraine would win the war from days maybe 15 or 20 or 200 or 300 or 600.
Absolutely.
But the fact is, it was, as Prime Minister Modi correctly divined, it was not possible for Ukraine to win. And Prime Minister Modi sought peace as early as April 2022, when Ukraine had hardly suffered much damage. And the United States, Britain, the European countries blocked Zelensky from accepting that. And look what's happened to the country. And do you think any of these countries are going to lift a finger to help a devastated Ukraine? No country. Thank you.
Right. Madhav Nalapar and Tarakartha, thank you very much for speaking to Republic on that. The question still remains on who were the beneficiaries of these US aid. The question remains on who actually wanted to change the voter turnout, who benefited. That remains the major question, also debating tonight at 9 p.m. #name the sellouts. It's time for us to slip into a short break, but we'll stay updated on that top focus where Trump has now exposed the US deep state. All that and much more after a break.
the Limitless India Youth Hackathon. Call for entries. Category 2. Reclaiming history, culture and tradition.
Janani Janma Bhumischa Swargadapi Gariyasi. It is indeed a big moment of fortune and pride that we are all a part of this Bharata Desham. Reclaiming our Indian history, culture and tradition is one of the very many areas that this hackathon is being organized. Those youth under 30 are welcome to participate. Submit your entries by the 28th of February. Those of your innovative, research-driven, out-of-the-box ideas shall be reviewed by us, and those of you who are selected will get to present your ideas in Bharata Mandapam, New Delhi, in the august presence of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri
रायपुर से आ रहे थे सर, प्रयागराज जा रहे थे।
कैसे दुर्घटना हो गई सर?
दुर्घटना मतलब ट्रेलर खड़ी थी, बस वाले ने पीछे से ठोक दिया। ये बॉर्डर में ही है, छत्तीसगढ़ और यूपी का बॉर्डर, वहीं पे।
सो रहे थे, जाग रहे थे?
हल्का हल्का जाग भी रहे थे, सो रहे थे झपकी टप, क्योंकि 20 मिनट पहले हम लोग चाय पिए थे पेंड्रा में, वहां से निकले थे। शायद ड्राइवर चेंज किया, वो दूसरा ड्राइवर चलाया, रफ चला रहा था ड्राइवर, जाके ठोक दिया।
किसकी गलती मानते?
ड्राइवर की गलती सर।
और ट्रेलर भी जो
ट्रेलर खड़ी थी रोड में, ये संभाल नहीं पाया, स्पीड में था, संभाल नहीं पाया।
एक ब्रेकडाउन ट्रेलर जिसमें कोयला लोड है, बॉर्डर अनूपपुर और छत्तीसगढ़ के पास खड़ी थी रात्रि में, जिससे रायपुर से रवाना हुआ बस टकरा गया है, जिसमें कई यात्री घायल हुए हैं। एक व्यक्ति का मौत हुआ है। अभी यातायात सामान्य है। घायलों को उच्च चिकित्सा के लिए अनूपपुर जिला चिकित्सालय रेफर किया गया है।
सर ये बस कहाँ से कहाँ जा रही थी?
ये बस रायपुर से प्रयागराज जा रही थी।
सर शुरुआती जांच में क्या आया, गलती किसकी मान रहे हैं?
ये खड़ी ट्रक के कारण ये दुर्घटना होना ज्ञात हुआ है।
सर लगभग 23 लोग घायल है। सर बड़े काफी लोग घायल हुए हैं। इस प्रकार की घटनाओं को रोकने के लिए किसी प्रकार का कोई कदम?
इसके लिए पूरा हाईवे पेट्रोलिंग और कार्रवाई किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि ये देर रात की घटना है। कार्रवाई अव्यवस्थित वाहनों के विरुद्ध किया जा रहा है। आगे भी कार्रवाई जारी रहेगी।
Hello, I'm Harish Salve. I'm delighted to hear of this new project Republic TV is bringing to India. One of the headings
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Президент Юрий Ушаков.
And I've been saying that we're going to do
split here between these two parties as the former president sees it now.
The Russia talks, your impression of how they went today, and if you're perhaps more confident or less confident of a deal after what happened today?
Well, much more confident. They were very good. Russia wants to do something. They want to stop the savage barbarianism. I mean, what's going on over there? It's soldiers are being killed by the thousands on a weekly basis. It's ridiculous.
As part of a peace deal with Putin, would you be willing to consider removing all American troops from Europe?
Well, nobody's asked me to do that, so I don't think we'd have to do that. I wouldn't want to do that. But that question's never really come up.
Sir, do you support stationing European peacekeeping troops in Ukraine as part of this peace deal?
If they want to do that, that's great. I'm all for it. If they want to do that, I think that'd be fine. I mean, I know France has mentioned it. Others have mentioned it. UK has mentioned it. But if we have a peace deal, I think having troops over there from the standpoint of Europe, we won't have to put any over there because, we're very far away. But having troops over there would be fine. I would not object to it at all. And I'm very disappointed. I hear that, they're upset about not having a seat. Well, they've had a seat for 3 years and a long time before that. This could have been settled very easily. Just a half-baked negotiator could have settled this years ago without the loss of much land, very little land, without the loss of any lives, and without the loss of cities that are just laying on their side.
President, before the end of the month.
Split here between these two parties as the former president sees it now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight I come to you with a major network announcement. And this is something that we have been all planning and working on at the Republic Media Network for a while now. On how we can use your beloved network and an influential platform like Republic to build a limitless India. As of now, 900 million of you worldwide are believers in the Republic Media Network. 900 million.
I'm delighted that the Republic Plenary Summit is being held on March 6th. I've been a participant in the summit in earlier years. It's a remarkable event. I wish it all the best and all success.
Hello and a very warm welcome. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. And Hamas has sent back to the Israeli soil the remains of 4 Israeli hostages who died or were killed in Hamas's captivity. Tracking that closely and a lot more for you. But first, a quick check on the headlines.
And $21 million for voter turnout in India. What do we need to spend $21 million for voter turnout in India? Wow, $21 million. I guess they were trying to get somebody else elected. Well, we ought to tell the Indian government.
US President Donald Trump calls out sellouts, says $21 million sanctioned by US aid to influence voter turnout in Indian elections and overturn the government. BJP launches scathing attack on the Congress after Trump's claim, says US President's remarks signal external interference in India's elections and that Congress must come clean.
मैं रेखा गुप्ता ईश्वर की शपथ लेती हूँ कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगी.
BJP government takes shape in the national capital after 27 long years. Rekha Gupta takes oath as Delhi's new chief minister. Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah to attend NDA alliance meeting today in the national capital. Prime Minister to address allies. Hamas returns the remains of 4 Israeli hostages, claims they were killed during the initial airstrikes at the start of the war. Viewers, the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting has issued an advisory to online curated content publishers and self-regulatory bodies, urging them to strictly adhere to Indian laws and the Code of Ethics outlined in the Information Technology Rules 2021. This advisory emphasizes the need for ensuring that content on all OTT platforms complies with the country's regulations, particularly in relation to issues of decency, obscenity, and sensitivity. Just moments ago, the big statement that came in from the side of the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, where they've issued an advisory to all online curated content publishers and self-regulatory bodies. The ministry has urged them to strictly adhere to Indian laws and the Code of Ethics outlined in the Information Technology Rules 2021. This comes at the heels of the crackdown on Ranveer Alabadia and people alike who made obscene remarks on YouTube. Being joined by my colleague Rakshita to get us more updates on the recent advisory by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. Rakshita, tell us more about this.
Absolutely. Of course, remember, this is coming in on the heels of the controversy surrounding the India's Got Latent and the show hosted by Samay Rana. Remember, he also, after the controversy, deleted all the videos, as the Maharashtra Cyber Cell was, of course, investigating all of them and investigated all the episodes as well. And there has been a huge row over why such content is available so easily. Now, the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting has stepped in and issued this advisory for OTT platforms, urging stricter age-based restrictions, classification, in fact, age-based classification of the content and compliance with the IT Act. The operative part, if I talk about, is how they want that, of course, the members of parliament have also discussed this about the vulgar content. And now, in this regard, the part 3 of the IT rules 2021, that OTT platforms should not transmit any content which is prohibited by law, undertake age-based classification of content based on general guidelines provided in the schedule to the rules, implementation of access control mechanism for A-rated content to restrict access to such content by a child, and also exercise due caution and discretion. And also further, the rules provide that self-regulatory bodies of the OTT must also oversee and ensure the alignment and adherence to these laws and the rules, the code of ethics, very importantly. Attention also invited to the provisions of Indecent Representation of Women Act. This is obscenity, explicit content, and also the POCSO Act and IT Act. It's a punishable offence, publication of obscene and pornographic content. Also, that there should be approval of a competent authority, and publishing content for the platforms, including stricter adherence of the age-based classification, as I said earlier. So this is, of course, now the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting stepping in, because there has been a huge debate over how such content has become so rampant, how it is easily available, and of course it creates a huge impact on the society. Just days before, we saw the Supreme Court also, as it blasted Ranveer Allahabadiya for his indecent remarks and how it affects the society as well. It also called on, it also urged the central government to bring in stricter laws, and they have, henceforth we see that the ministry has also stepped in and called for stricter adherence of the rules.
Right, Rakshita, thanks for joining us on the broadcast with that information. For now, viewers, it's time to move on and look at other news that we're tracking. US President Donald Trump has intensified his criticism of the now cancelled $21 million voter turnout initiative in India the day after defending the actions of the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, his administration's cost-cutting team. He implied that the money might have been used to influence the election in favor of a specific candidate. Trump has indicated that sellouts may have been attempting to elect somebody else from the side of the US aid. Take a listen in to US President Donald Trump.
And $21 million for voter turnout in India. What do we need to spend $21 million for voter turnout in India? Wow, $21 million. I guess they were trying to get somebody else elected. Well, we ought to tell the Indian government, because when we hear that Russia spent about $2 in our country, it was a big deal, right? They took some internet ads for $2,000. This is a total breakthrough. $21 million for India elections.
Joining me on the broadcast is Prasoon Sharma, who is a geopolitical expert. Thank you for speaking to Republic, sir. Now that Donald Trump has also intensified his crackdown by saying that $21 million were indeed pumped into India to change the voter turnout, tell us more about this, sir.
So this is a very, very serious matter, and statement by President of US. And not only it tells the involvement of deep state, this also gives an opportunity for Indian establishment to subvert and destroy this deep state, who directly interfere in one of our most critical policy making process, that is elections. Being a democratic country, it's very, very critical. So they are talking now about central government. There can be such kind of things in state governments as well, which we should deep dive in and try to get more information. So not only this is important for our internal matters, but also external matters, specifically for our neighbors, what we see in Bangladesh, what we see in Nepal, Sri Lanka. So it's really a very, very serious matter for Indian establishment, and we should, ask or seek more information, and stringent, comprehensive action should be taken based on these information.
Right, sir. Thank you for joining us on the broadcast with that information. For now, viewers, a time to move on to another aspect that we're tracking at this hour. Let's also listen into a response from Prime Minister Modi back from April in 2024 during the Lok Sabha elections campaign, where he had hinted at a foreign conspiracy to remove him from power. Listen in.
आजकल देश दुनिया के बड़े बड़े ताकतवर लोग मोदी को हटाने के लिए एकजुट हो गए हैं, लेकिन ये नारी शक्ति का आशीर्वाद है, मातृशक्ति का आशीर्वाद है, आपका सुरक्षा कवच है कि मोदी हर चुनौती से टकराते हुए चलता जा रहा है। कांग्रेस वालों का और दुनिया में बैठी कुछ ताकतों का माथा गर्म हो जाता है। अगर भारत शक्तिशाली हो गया तो कुछ ताकतों का खेल ही बिगड़ जाएगा। आज अगर भारत आत्मनिर्भर बन गया तो कुछ ताकतों की दुकान बंद हो जाएगी। इसलिए वो भारत में कांग्रेस और इंडी गठबंधन की कमजोर सरकार चाहते हैं। ऐसी कांग्रेस सरकार जो आपस में लड़ती रहे, जो घोटाले करती रहे। साथियों, कांग्रेस का इतिहास सत्ता के लालच में देश को तबाह करने का रहा है।
Viewers, Donald Trump, US President, has spoken out over the sellouts, hinting that $21 million were indeed pumped into India to overturn the government. Tracking that closely and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Co-founder at Spantric, and I'm excited to be the part of the Limitless India Youth Hackathon by Republic Media Network. As a part of science, technology and space category, I can't wait to see the innovative ideas coming from this event. I'm especially excited about the space because in the next decade, India will lead the way in space exploration and thriving a new space economy. What are you waiting for? Send your picture.
Este acuerdo, el recibir 299 personas que venían de Estados Unidos para que fueran repatriados a sus respectivos países de orígenes y que esto se iba a hacer a través de la Organización Internacional de las Migraciones y el ACNUR, ambas oficinas de Naciones Unidas. Como manera de prevención, estas personas no pueden circular por nuestro país precisamente para garantizar la seguridad y la paz de los ciudadanos panameños. Nosotros les brindamos a ellos todas las atenciones necesarias, médicas, alimenticias, ¿verdad? Y de comodidad, y lo seguiremos haciendo hasta que el último de ellos salga de nuestro país, que es lo que se pactó con el gobierno de los Estados Unidos.
the Limitless India Youth Hackathon. Call for entries. Category 9. AI and Machine Learning.
AI is the battlefield of the future, and India must just not compete but dominate this. I'm excited to see Republic Media Network bring together young minds to bring out their newest ideas in this exciting field of AI. I want to see how your ideas can change India's future by using this limitless technology which can drive innovation, power economies, and truly change the face of the world.
Welcome back. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and the Maharashtra Cyber Cell will issue a second summon to influencer Samay Raina today for recording his statement in the ongoing investigation into the India's Got Latent case. Raina was earlier summoned on the 18th of February but failed to appear for questioning. In response, the Cyber Department is sending a second notice to ensure his full cooperation in the probe. This comes after multiple delays into the probe from the side of Samay Raina and other comedians who've been summoned by the Cyber Cell. Now, a second summon comes from the side of Maharashtra Cyber Cell. Also being joined by my colleague Satya Prakash to get us more updates into the recent development. Satya Prakash, tell us more about this. Maharashtra Cyber Cell now onto its second summon to Samay Raina.
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र साइबर सेल ने दूसरा सम्मन भेजा है समय रैना, क्योंकि पिछला जो सम्मन भेजा था उस समय समय रैना इंडिया में नहीं थे। उन्होंने मोहलत मांगी थी, समय मांगा था कि इंडिया में आके हम बयान दर्ज करेंगे। उन्होंने एक रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के जरिए हम अपना बयान दर्ज कराएंगे, लेकिन कहीं महाराष्ट्र साइबर सेल ने इनकार कर दिया था। अब महाराष्ट्र साइबर सेल ने दूसरा सम्मन भेजा है समय रैना को कि अपना आके बयान दर्ज करें, क्योंकि इस मामले को लेकर महाराष्ट्र साइबर सेल ने 42 लोग खिलाफ मामला दर्ज किया है और 42 में से 5 लोग सिर्फ अभी तक बयान दर्ज कराए, स्टेटमेंट दर्ज कराए हैं, लेकिन अन्य लोग अभी तक स्टेटमेंट दर्ज नहीं कराए हैं। लेकिन अब समय रैना को महाराष्ट्र साइबर सेल ने स्टेटमेंट दर्ज कराने के लिए सम्मन भेजा है, नोटिस भेजा है कि अपना आके बयान दर्ज कराए, लेकिन अभी तक समय रैना का ना एडवोकेट किसने संपर्क किया है महाराष्ट्र साइबर सेल से, न समय रैना ने किया है। फिलहाल महाराष्ट्र साइबर सेल ने नोटिस सम्मन भेजा है कि आप आकर अपना बयान दर्ज कराएं।
जी सत्य प्रकाश, धन्यवाद इंफॉर्मेशन गैदर करने के लिए। हम बने रहेंगे इस स्टोरी पे जब डेवलपमेंट्स होंगी। फॉर नाउ व्यूअर्स, टाइम टू शिफ्ट फोकस to the national capital. BJP MLA-elect Rekha Gupta, a first-time MLA from Shalimar Bagh, was sworn in as the 4th woman chief minister of the national capital at a mega event at the Ramlila ground. The party formed the government in Delhi after 27 long years, securing 48 seats in the 70-member Legislative Assembly. BJP MLAs Parvesh Verma, Ashish Sood, Manjinder Singh Sirsa, Raviraj Indraj Singh, Kapil Mishra and even Pankaj Kumar Singh took oath as ministers. Here's a complete report on what unfolded. Viewers, live visuals. The NDA meet has now culminated and Prime Minister Modi is leaving after the NDA meet where he was supposed to meet his allies. BJP's NDA meet comes at the heels of BJP's announcement of the next Chief Minister of the national capital, Rekha Gupta. And now the live visuals on your screens where the meeting has culminated and Prime Minister Modi is leaving the venue after the huge NDA meet. Vehicle all lined up, Prime Minister Modi set to leave. This has been an eventful week for the BJP in the national capital. A vigorous week of unveiling the face and the name of the Chief Minister. Listen into this.
जो बाहर से हमारे जितने भी अतिथि आए थे और दिल्ली के सांसद और अन्य लोगों ने
साथ साथ सहबोज किया। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी, माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय श्री नड्डा जी सब लोग उपस्थित थे। बहुत इनफॉर्मल था, कोई मीटिंग नहीं थी।
Joined by my colleague Harsha live on the broadcast. Before that, listen into this as well, viewers.
हर महिला के लिए गर्व की बात है कि एक महिला को मौका मिला है, अवसर मिला है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का हमारे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व का मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देती हूँ।
मैम, आज बैठक में क्या रहा?
चलिए जी।
Joined by my colleague Harsha, who
देखिए, आज राष्ट्रीय जनतांत्रिक गठबंधन के सभी शीर्ष नेताओं का एकत्रीकरण था, तो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ भोजन का भी कार्यक्रम था, फोटो सेशन का भी कार्यक्रम था और हरियाणा, महाराष्ट्र, दिल्ली जीतने के बाद अब बिहार जीतने का भी कार्यक्रम है।
और क्या किन एजेंडों पर बातचीत हुई?
नहीं, कोई बैठक नहीं थी, बताया ना मैंने। भोजन का कार्यक्रम था, फिर फोटो सेशन का कार्यक्रम था और त्रिवेणी तो हम जीत चुके, मतलब हरियाणा जीत चुके, दिल्ली जीत चुके।
तीनों राज्यों में यमुना साफ हो जाएगी?
निश्चित तौर से साफ हो जाएगी। जब सपा आम आदमी सपा साफ हो गई, आम आदमी पार्टी साफ हो गई, कांग्रेस साफ हो गई, तो गंगा यमुना सब साफ।
का पहला विजिट भी यमुना पर ही है।
हाँ, नहीं, एकदम आप विश्वास रखें कि प्रधानमंत्री जी जो कहते हैं वो होता है और अपनी आंखों से हम लोग देखेंगे। धन्यवाद।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has now left from the Imperial Hotel in the national capital, where he was attending the meeting of chief ministers from the NDA-ruled states. Union Minister Amit Shah, in fact, BJP's national president JP Nadda was also present at the meeting.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
उसने मुझे मारा, पूरा रिकॉर्ड हुआ, फ्री था।
हमारा नाम अनिल प्रसाद यादव है। हम नेपाल से हैं। हम लोग KP8B हॉस्टल बॉयज हॉस्टल में रहते हैं। हम लोग आज धक्के मार के निकाले हुए हैं। आज बोल
डॉटर ऑफ आवर स्टेट, ऐसा नहीं कि वो बाहर से है। इसके लिए हमें बहुत खेद है और भारत नेपाल का संपर्क को अच्छी तरह से फिर कैसे रिस्टोर किया जा सके, उड़ीसा का संपर्क कैसे रिस्टोर किया जा सके।
Hi there, we are proud to announce Republic Plenary 2025, a gigantic thought leadership summit for the youth. The theme this year is Limitless India, and you, the youngsters, have an opportunity to be part of the initiative. All you have to do is scan the barcode on your screen and send in your ideas on Limitless India. We will showcase the best pitch decks to the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, who is going to be the chief guest on March 6th at the Bharat Mandap. Scan the code on your screen or visit summit.republicworld.com and send in your pitch deck videos of under 5 minutes. The clock is ticking.
Se acordó el recibir 299 personas que venían de Estados Unidos para que fueran repatriados a sus respectivos países de orígenes y que esto se iba a hacer a través de la Organización Internacional de las Migraciones y el ACNUR, ambas oficinas de Naciones Unidas.
The Limitless India Youth Hackathon. Call for entries. Category 1. Science, Technology and Space.
I'm excited to hear about the proposals that have been submitted at the Youth Hackathon at the Republic Plenary, and I can't wait to see them and discuss them and look forward to transforming India with these limitless possibilities.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and US President Donald Trump, in the biggest story that we're tracking today, has indeed hinted that at least $21 million were pumped into India to overturn the government and to also interfere in the Indian elections. We're tracking that very closely for you, but first a quick check on the headlines.
And $21 million for voter turnout in India. What do we need to spend $21 million for voter turnout in India? Wow, $21 million. I guess they were trying to get somebody else elected. Well, we ought to tell the Indian government.
Trump calls out sellouts, says $21 million sanctioned by US aid to influence voter turnout in Indian elections and overturn the government. BJP launches scathing attack on the Congress after Trump's big claim, says US President's remarks signal external interference in Indian elections and that the Congress must come clean.
मैं रेखा गुप्ता ईश्वर की शपथ लेती हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगी.
BJP government takes shape in the national capital after 27 long years. Rekha Gupta takes oath as Delhi's chief minister. Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah to attend the NDA alliance meeting, which has now culminated in the national capital. Prime Minister addressed his allies during the meeting. Hamas has returned the remains of 4 Israeli hostages, claims that they were killed during the initial airstrikes at the start of the war. US President Donald Trump has intensified his criticism of the now cancelled $21 million voter turnout initiative in India the day after defending the actions of the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, his administration's cost-cutting team. He implied that the money might have been used to influence the election in favor of a specific candidate. Donald Trump has indicated that sellouts may have been attempting to elect somebody else. Listen in to the big statement by US President Donald Trump.
And $21 million for voter turnout in India. What do we need to spend $21 million for voter turnout in India? Wow, $21 million. I guess they were trying to get somebody else elected. Well, we ought to tell the Indian government, because when we hear that Russia spent about $2 in our country, it was a big deal, right? They took some internet ads for $2,000. This is a total breakthrough. $21 million for India elections.
Also being joined by RP Singh from the BJP, Donald Trump has repeated the claim that the BJP first made $21 million, a huge amount, pumped to overturn the government. What do you have to say about this? Sir, please speak to us.
Well, it's a huge amount. I mean, because when you say $20 million, it doesn't sound huge. But fact is, it turned into rupee, 182 crore rupees. So this much of amount, where was it spent? And what sort of voter turnout it was helping with? This is a big question. And then spending that sort of money, was it only for voter turnout or some other objective? Or to influence the voters? So this needs to be investigated. And then Trump has rightly said, why shall any other country intervene or interfere into the Indian affairs? Or any electoral process of the India or democratic process of the country, India as a country. So this is very clear that there is something more to it. It's not merely voter turnout. Hopeful that government of India will take cognizance and do the needed investigation. And ensure that every truth comes out. The truth comes out that where was this money spent and how was this money spent and what objective this money was spent.
Yes, sir. So, in fact, now the Prime Minister has also asked for Congress to come clean over the claims and allegations of foreign interference into Indian elections. What do you have to say about that also?
Well, we all know there are deep states within the America led by Soros, which was trying to interfere into the Indian democratic process in the last election. And they had otherwise, and then he is on record saying that he will interfere into elections and he is anti-Modi. And he is used to doing so, but Bangladesh is a recent example where deep state or individuals in the America has played a role in throwing the Sheikh Hasina government.
Right, sir. Thank you very much for speaking to Republic and getting us your insights into the matter. In fact, we're also being joined by Ravindra Sachdeva, who is a geopolitical expert, to speak to us on the matter. So thank you for speaking to Republic. Now that Donald Trump has repeated the BJP's claims of foreign interference into Indian polls, what do you see this as from the geopolitical standpoint?
From a geopolitical standpoint, and let's step back a bit, I think Trump is making a huge mistake for himself and his country. Okay, yes, the money of US aid, the $21 million, I think it was in the budget for this year for USAID, which DOGE identified and is cutting down. So yes, it is foreign interference in India's internal affairs, if that is the objective, right? Though USAID would say in bigger principles of democracy, to strengthen democracy, because America is, the beacon of democracy world over. That's why we do it. But the point is, this is this year's allocation. And I would think that if you go back even last 20 years, we will find that many times such payments would have been made. The point is, this is how America operates. This is how American intelligence, you could say, American soft power, they propagate. So what Trump is doing, by the way, of course, for India, we must investigate, right, how and where this money was supposed to be coming, because I think this was allocated, or maybe it has been given. I'm not very clear on that. And if given, to whom given, probably it'll be some non-profits in the US, the International Foundation for Electoral Systems. There's some such non-profits in the US who take money from USAID and then they work in India, either themselves or with some local NGOs in India for whatever is the money supposed to be. So that must be identified and tracked for us in this particular instance, right? But secondly, this is how America operates since the last 70 odd years. USAID was set up to promote notionally the idea of democracy in the world and American values. But in the guise of that, they run programs which promote America and America's image, and definitely, yes, and America's political interests. And definitely, yes, in some countries, depending upon wherever they are, the political environment, they infuse anti-government sentiments also. So for all we know, this 21 which was coming into India this year supposedly would have been infused maybe against the ruling government to kind of, somehow put them in a spot in terms, or maybe, influence the elections in terms of voter turnout. So that is very much to be investigated. But once again, I repeat, from the point of view of intelligence, a country's intelligence, Trump is actually compromising himself and his own country. Do we think that now Trump has said, okay, we are not going to give money for voter turnout in India, not in Bangladesh, etc. Do you think that 6 months down the line, the Trump government and American intelligence will not be spending monies to influence shape opinion in other countries? They will be doing that. So Trump, in a way, has opened the Pandora's box for the world to become aware that this is what America does.
Right. Sir, requesting you to continue being with us, we'll just shortly also take a quick listen in to what Prime Minister Narendra Modi had to say in April of 2024 regarding the same matter. Viewers, take a listen in.
आजकल देश दुनिया के बड़े बड़े ताकतवर लोग मोदी को हटाने के लिए एकजुट हो गए हैं, लेकिन ये नारी शक्ति का आशीर्वाद है, मातृशक्ति का आशीर्वाद है, आपका सुरक्षा कवच है कि मोदी हर चुनौती से टकराते हुए चलता जा रहा है। कांग्रेस वालों का और दुनिया में बैठी कुछ ताकतों का माथा गर्म हो जाता है। अगर भारत शक्तिशाली हो गया तो कुछ ताकतों का खेल ही बिगड़ जाएगा। आज अगर भारत आत्मनिर्भर बन गया तो कुछ ताकतों की दुकान बंद हो जाएगी। इसलिए वो भारत में कांग्रेस और इंडी गठबंधन की कमजोर सरकार चाहते हैं। ऐसी कांग्रेस सरकार जो आपस में लड़ती रहे, जो घोटाले करती रहे। साथियों, कांग्रेस का इतिहास सत्ता के लालच में देश को तबाह करने का रहा है।
Circling back to Robindra Sachdeva, who continues to join us on the broadcast. Sir, we spoke about what this means, the statement that has come in for US President Donald Trump. Also speak to us about what are the channels through which money of such huge amount, such robust money flows into India. Geopolitically, what are those channels and how is the US deep state able to tap into those channels?
See, typically what happens, this money is budgeted into the USAID program. Then typically it's a non-profit to whom the money is given. Normally it's not given directly to a non-profit in the country, let's say in India. typically, there's some non-profits in the US for a long time who've been, working on democracy, electoral reforms, or health reforms, or women's health, etc., right? They approach, and it's a tender, they get that contract, right? Now, in terms of electoral, there are two particular ones I know. One is International Foundation for Electoral Systems. In fact, they are the guys in controversy for a MOU with Qureshi Sahib, the former election commissioner, right? So IFES is one such, and there's another one too. There could be some other. They get that money, then because things have to be done on the ground. So then they partner up with a non-profit or an NGO in the target country, let's say India. So in this, in this link, we have to find out who was the NGO with whom these IFES or the other or whoever got the USAID money worked. So that money comes to that non-profit in India typically, and then that non-profit does its work or spends the money on whatever the objectives are supposed to be. Now, one more thing I will say. Let us look back. Okay, this $21 million is, I think, the money this year allocated. Let's look back and find out the last 10 years. Prime Minister Modi has been in power, let's say, since 2014, and I will not be surprised that if every year some 10, 15, 20, maybe 5, some such numbers would have been given by USAID for this objective of voter turnout. That means it would have happened under the Trump 1 administration, it would have happened under Biden administration, and now it was ongoing also. So as I'm saying, this is part and parcel of the standard practice of the US, US propaganda in the world. So let's trace. You guys are India's top, investigative channel. If you guys can find out over the last 10 years, what were the amounts? I will not be surprised if there were amounts in the last 10 years at several times.
Right, sir.
When Modi ji is the prime minister. So it's not just a one-off thing. It is
right,
a trend of American policy.
Right, sir. Robindra Sachdeva, geopolitical expert. Thank you for speaking to Republic, sir.
My
We
pleasure.
appreciate your time and insights. Viewers, for now, it's time to slip into a quick break. But after the break, we will continue getting you the big stories, including the fact that US President Donald Trump has now called out the sellouts and has indeed hinted that $21 million were pumped into India to overturn the government. Tracking that and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
The Limitless India Youth Hackathon. Call for entries. Category 3. Deep Tech and Semiconductors.
Deep Tech, which could be either quantum computing, futuristic materials, genomics, biotech engineering, is what is going to drive India's innovation and change for the next decade. So I'm very excited that Republic Media Network is organizing a hackathon called the Limitless Hackathon for Youth. And this is an opportunity for anyone under 30 to be able to come out there with your ideas on deep tech. So if you have that idea, if you strongly believe in it, please do send in your pictures.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Hello, I'm Harish Salve. I'm delighted to hear of this new project Republic TV is bringing to India. One of the headings, I believe, is about equity and empowerment. India is full of talent. They need their moment in the sun. They need to be recognized, they need to be identified, and yes, they need to be praised. This event organized by Republic will do all three for the younger generation. All I would say in advance is hurrah.
A big shout out to all young Indians. You have the opportunity to be a part of the Republic Plenary Summit 2025, Limitless India. All you have to do is send us a pitch deck with less than 5 minutes and upload it on summit.republicworld.com or simply scan the barcode on your screen and follow the steps. This year, there are 9 categories you can choose from, ranging from digital economy to artificial intelligence, and the best ideas will be chosen and showcased in front of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, who has agreed to be the chief guest at the Republic Plenary Summit 2025, Limitless India. So go ahead and send us that pitch deck.
Президент Юрий Ушаков.
And I've been saying that we're going to do
split here between the two parties as the former president is seizing out.
The Russia talks, your impression of how they went today, and if you're perhaps more confident or less confident of a deal after what happened today?
Well, much more confident. They were very good. Russia wants to do something. They want to stop the savage barbarianism. I mean, what's going on over there? It's soldiers are being killed by the thousands on a weekly basis. It's ridiculous.
As part of a peace deal with Putin, would you be willing to consider removing all American troops from Europe?
Well, nobody's asked me to do that, so I don't think we'd have to do that. I wouldn't want to do that. But that question's never really come up.
Sir, do you support stationing European peacekeeping troops in Ukraine as part of this peace deal?
If they want to do that, that's great. I'm all for it. If they want to do that, I think that'd be fine. I mean, I know France has mentioned it. Others have mentioned it. UK has mentioned it. But if we have a peace deal, I think having troops over there from the standpoint of Europe, we won't have to put any over there because, we're very far away. But having troops over there would be fine. I would not object to it at all. And I'm very disappointed. I hear that, they're upset about not having a seat. Well, they've had a seat for 3 years and a long time before that. This could have been settled very easily. Just a half-baked negotiator could have settled this years ago without the loss of much land, very little land, without the loss of any lives, and without the loss of cities that are just laying on their side.
President, before the end of the month,
split here between the two parties as the former president is seizing out.
BJP MLA-elect Rekha Gupta, a first-time MLA from Shalimar Bagh, was sworn in as the 4th woman Chief Minister of Delhi at a mega event at the Ram Leela Maidan. The party formed the government in Delhi after 27 long years, securing 48 seats in the 70-member Legislative Assembly. BJP MLAs Parvesh Verma, Ashish Sood, Manjinder Singh Sirsa, Ravi Raj Indraj Singh, Kapil Mishra and even Pankaj Kumar Singh took oath as ministers. Here's a complete report on the robust ceremony. Take a look.
मैं रेखा गुप्ता ईश्वर की शपथ लेती हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगी.
In a historic moment, Delhi has crowned its 4th woman Chief Minister, Rekha Gupta. But this victory was far from ordinary. Behind the scenes, surprises, heartbreaks and high-stakes decisions paved the way to an electrifying star-studded event at the iconic Ram Leela Maidan, where Rekha Gupta took her oath as the Chief Minister of Delhi. last-minute huddles in the heart of the national capital, and then just before the clock struck 8 p.m. on Wednesday evening, the moment everyone had been waiting for.
धन्यवाद आदरणीय मोदी जी को, अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व को और दिल्ली की जनता को, जिन्होंने ये मौका 27 साल बाद दिल्ली में एक नया अध्याय जो शुरू हो रहा है उसकी जिम्मेवारी मेरे कंधों पे दी। और शायद ये पूरे देश की महिलाओं के लिए बहुत ही सम्मान की घड़ी है और देश की आधी आबादी आदरणीय मोदी जी का दिल की गहराई से धन्यवाद करती है। मैं आदरणीय मोदी जी का पार्टी नेतृत्व का बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ कि उन्होंने ये जिम्मेवारी देकर के मुझ पे भरोसा जताया और मैं आज ये प्रण करती हूँ कि मेरा एक एक क्षण इस जिम्मेवारी को पूरा करने में लगेगा।
Celebrations erupted at Rekha Gupta's residence. Shalimar Bagh, Rekha Gupta's home turf, was alive with the sound of dhol and excitement as the community's Ladli Beti assumed the highest office in the national capital.
हमने उनको पहले ही बोल दिया था कि वही सीएम बनेंगी, लेकिन उनकी मेहनत और आगे जो उन्होंने दृढ़ निश्चय करा है कि हमारे देश की तरक्की करेंगे, ये तो निश्चित है।
रेखा जी का इतिहास इस बात का गवाह है, जो कहती है वो करके दिखाती हैं।
पूरा महिला मोर्चा के लिए और पूरी महिला विंग के लिए ये बहुत खुशी की बात है कि आज हमारी रेखा दीदी दिल्ली चीफ मिनिस्टर बनी है।
हमें ऐसा लग रहा है कि हम सब सीएम बन गए हैं।
Rekha Gupta, stepping into a new role with grace, spoke to Republic TV outside her residence, affirming her vision.
जो कमिटमेंट हमने दिल्ली के लिए की है उन सारी कमिटमेंट को पूरा किया जाएगा। विकसित दिल्ली का जो सपना आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने देखा है उसे साकार।
Before she headed to the venue, Rekha Gupta visited the Hanuman temple seeking divine intervention. She offered her prayers ahead of the grand swearing in. While Shalimar Bagh erupted in joy, a stark contrast unfolded in the New Delhi constituency where the streets stood eerily quiet. At Parvesh Verma's residence, a deafening silence prevailed. Not a single BJP worker in sight, no hustle-bustle, just bland frame. Yet amidst the silence, Parvesh Verma stood resolute. He was among the 6 ministers who would take the oath alongside Gupta. With unwavering confidence, he assured that all is well within the BJP, casting aside any doubts.
मैं आज खास तौर पर हमारे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का, जिनके विकास के ऊपर में दिल्ली के लोगों ने विश्वास जताया और दिल्ली के लोगों को विश्वास है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम दिल्ली को दुनिया की सबसे सुंदर राजधानी बनाने में सफल होंगे।
The grand event at Ramlila Maidan, designed to accommodate a massive crowd of 30,000 people, quickly turned into a spectacle of power and prestige. Rekha Gupta and her ministers took oath in the presence of Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, a host of NDA ministers and leaders, and influential chief ministers, and all sharing stage in a display of political unity and strength.
मैं रेखा गुप्ता ईश्वर की शपथ लेती हूँ कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगी।
As Rekha Gupta assumes the mantle of Delhi's chief minister, her vision for a Viksit Delhi and a cleaner Yamuna sets the stage for the next chapter in the city's history. With a star-studded event making a swearing in, the journey of change begins in the national capital.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university in the recently released Education World Rankings. A testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked standards in education.
जौनपुर से आ रहे थे सर, प्रयागराज जा रहे थे।
कैसे दुर्घटना हो गई सर?
दुर्घटना मतलब ट्रेलर खड़ी थी, बस वाले ने पीछे से ठोक दिया। ये बॉर्डर में ही है, छत्तीसगढ़ और यूपी का बॉर्डर, वहीं पे।
सो रहे थे, जाग रहे थे?
हल्का हल्का जाग भी रहे थे, सो रहे थे झपकी टाइप, क्योंकि 20 मिनट पहले हम लोग चाय पिए थे पेंड्रा में, वहां से निकले थे। शायद ड्राइवर चेंज किया, वो दूसरा ड्राइवर चलाया, रफ चला रहा था ड्राइवर, जाके ठोक दिया।
किसकी गलती?
ड्राइवर की गलती सर।
और ट्रेलर भी जो
ट्रेलर खड़ी थी रोड में, ये संभाल नहीं पाया, स्पीड में था, संभाल नहीं पाया।
एक ब्रेकडाउन ट्रेलर जिसमें कोयला लोड है, बॉर्डर अनूपपुर और छत्तीसगढ़ के पास खड़ी थी रात्रि में, जिससे रायपुर से रवाना हुआ बस टकरा गया है, जिसमें कई यात्री घायल हुए हैं। एक व्यक्ति का मौत हुआ है। अभी यातायात सामान्य है। घायलों को उच्च चिकित्सा के लिए अनूपपुर जिला चिकित्सालय रिफर किया गया है।
सर ये बस कहाँ से कहाँ जा रही थी?
ये बस रायपुर से प्रयागराज जा रही थी।
शुरुआती जांच में क्या आया, गलती किसकी मान रहे हैं?
ये खड़ी ट्रक के कारण ये दुर्घटना होना ज्ञात हुआ है।
सर लगभग 23 लोग घायल है सर, बड़े काफी लोग घायल हुए हैं। इस प्रकार की घटनाओं को रोकने के लिए किसी प्रकार का कोई कदम?
इसके लिए पूरा हाईवे पेट्रोलिंग और कार्रवाई किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि ये देर रात की घटना है। कार्रवाई अव्यवस्थित वाहनों के विरुद्ध किया जा रहा है। आगे भी कार्रवाई जारी रहेगी।
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Donald Trump has once again called out the sellout. In fact, he says that he should be telling the Indian government about it. This is, of course, a confirmation of meddling in the polls in India, viewers. We'll tell you more on that, but first the headlines.
And $21 million for voter turnout in India. What do we need to spend $21 million for voter turnout in India? Wow, $21 million. I guess they were trying to get somebody else elected. Well, we ought to tell the Indian government.
Trump calls out the sellout, says $21 million sanctioned by the USA to influence voter turnout in Indian elections and overturn the government. BJP launches a scathing attack on the Congress after Trump's claim, says US President's remarks signal external interference in India's elections and that the Congress must come clean. We start with some breaking news coming in as we speak right now. This is coming in from Karnataka, where the Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee has now formally requested the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah to reduce the working hours for government employees during Ramadan, urging the implementation of a policy similar to that of Telangana. So Ramzan leave now after Telangana, after Andhra, now in Karnataka has been requested, led by the KPCC Vice President Hussain. Appeal seeks a 1-hour evening leave for Muslim government employees to accommodate the fasting schedules, similar to Telangana's 2-hour evening leave policy. My colleague Smita joins us live on the broadcast from Republic Kannada newsroom. Smita, Muslim leaders are also expected to submit a memorandum to the Chief Minister, just like we saw in Telangana and Andhra, now Karnataka.
Exactly. See, if it was only purely religious memorandum which was, planned to give to Chief Minister, the matter wouldn't have been this serious. But the KPCC Vice President himself, KPCC Vice President Hussain himself has spoken to Republic Kannada regarding this, saying that people in Karnataka, that too Muslim voters in Karnataka, have given an en masse support to Congress party in the elections previously. So, likewise, like in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, also in Karnataka, there should be some special provisions given to Muslim religion and the voters belonging to the community for this own reason, this same purpose. He also said that there should be this concession in the working hours during the Ramadan period, like the Telangana and the Andhra government have given the concession in the working hour for the government employees. This is not for any private firm or for any religious institutions, but this is for the government employees. He's saying that the working hours should be reduced during the month of Ramadan. And as you were rightly saying, that there is a separate memorandum which is planned to be handed over to Chief Minister. Now, when the KPCC Vice President himself is ready to, give these kind of memorandum along with the Muslim leaders to the Chief Minister, who is also the leader of the Congress party, will the Congress party leaders, that is Siddaramaiah, object or reject this memorandum is a bigger question which has to be waited and watched. But this is purely, as he was speaking, Hussain, the Vice President of KPCC, was speaking to Republic Kannada, has clearly told that this should be a special provision given to voters as a token of thanksgiving for the en masse support that they have given in the previous election. So this has triggered the political conversation between the Congress and the BJP party. BJP MLC, Keshav Prasad has clearly objected this, calling it yet again the Congress party is trying to sympathize their voters, that is Muslim community voters, by giving this special concession in the working hours of the government employees.
Right. Right. In fact, this is, of course, something that is being questioned by the BJP as well. The BJP has hit back at the Telangana government as well, calling it appeasement politics. Even now, Andhra Pradesh government that is led by Chandrababu Naidu, who is part of the NDA, has also issued that notification allowing all Muslim employees, including those on contract and working in village ward secretariats, to leave an hour before closing time. Now we have Karnataka's Congress Pradesh Chief also requesting a summit. MLC Keshav Prasad is joining us on the phone line for more. All right, in fact, he has reacted on camera. Take a listen into what he said.
See, the Telangana government has already given permission for the minorities to celebrate Ramzan month. This is totally against to the rules and regulations of government servants. Each and every community has got its own faith and it can celebrate the festivals. But giving permission to celebrate it is totally unacceptable. Even Hindus, they celebrate Navratri. During Navratri, no Hindu organization has asked for this type of benefits. That's why this type of appeasement politics should not be entertained. It should be curtailed. The same thing is being asked in Karnataka also by a KPCC member. This has to be taken seriously and we urge the government not to entertain all these things. BJP Karnataka opposes this tooth and nail.
All right, we have some breaking news coming in right now. Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav has slammed Uttar Pradesh budget. The SP chief says, and I quote, "The budget lacks vision and it does not fulfill any promises mentioned in the manifesto." Yogi government's budget lacking vision, says Akhilesh Yadav. Remember, there have been some big announcements made by Yogi Adityanath government as they present the budget today, and many of the highways, expressways are also planned for Uttar Pradesh. If we talk about the UP budget, there is, of course, highlighting of highways, roadways, of course, for Purvanchal as well. Take a listen in, viewers, what Akhilesh Yadav said.
ये जो बजट हैं, इनके घोषणा पत्र से कोई तालमेल नहीं बनता इनका। इस बजट का और इससे पहले बजटों का कोई फोकस नहीं रहा। बिना विजन के बजट आए हैं। कोई रोड मैप तैयार नहीं था सरकार का कि किस दिशा में हम लोगों को उत्तर प्रदेश को ले जाना है, और कोई क्लैरिटी नहीं है बजटों में कि हम किसान या जो बेसिक चीजें हैं, लोगों की जरूरतें हैं, उनको कैसे किया जाए।
All right, viewers, now US President Donald Trump has intensified his criticism of the now cancelled $21 million voter turnout initiative in India the day after defeating the actions of the Doge, his administration's cost-cutting team. He implied that the money might have been used to influence the election in favor of a specific candidate. He's talking about India here. Trump has indicated that sellouts may have been attempting to elect somebody else and that the government of India should know about it. Take a listen to Donald Trump.
And $21 million for voter turnout in India. What do we need to spend $21 million for voter turnout in India? Wow, $21 million. I guess they were trying to get somebody else elected. Well, we ought to tell the Indian government, because when we hear that Russia spent about $2 in our country, it was a big deal, right? They took some internet ads for $2,000. This is a total breakthrough. $21 million for India elections.
And in fact, we have more reactions coming. In fact, viewers will try and show you how Prime Minister had in fact back in April in 2024 during the Lok Sabha elections campaign had hinted at a foreign conspiracy, foreign interference and a foreign hand to trying to remove him from power. Listen in.
आजकल देश दुनिया के बड़े बड़े ताकतवर लोग मोदी को हटाने के लिए एकजुट हो गए हैं, लेकिन ये नारी शक्ति का आशीर्वाद है, मातृशक्ति का आशीर्वाद है, आपका सुरक्षा कवच है कि मोदी हर चुनौती से टकराते हुए चलता जा रहा है। कांग्रेस वालों का और दुनिया में बैठी कुछ ताकतों का माथा गर्म हो जाता है। अगर भारत शक्तिशाली हो गया तो कुछ ताकतों का खेल ही बिगड़ जाएगा। आज अगर भारत आत्मनिर्भर बन गया तो कुछ ताकतों की दुकान बंद हो जाएगी। इसलिए वो भारत में कांग्रेस और इंडी गठबंधन की कमजोर सरकार चाहते हैं। ऐसी कांग्रेस सरकार जो आपस में लड़ती रहे, जो घोटाले करती रहे। साथियों, कांग्रेस का इतिहास सत्ता के लालच में देश को तबाह करने का रहा है।
We continue to track that story very closely, viewers, but right now simply a very, very short break. But we'll also tell you how the BJP government is taking shape in the national capital after 27 long years. Rekha Gupta has taken oath as the Delhi Chief Minister. We'll tell you how the cabinet looks like and what do we expect next here as the BJP takes over.
Kursk.
Президент Юрий Ушаков.
And I've been saying that we're going to do.
Split here between these two parties as the former president receiving now.
The Russia talks, your impression of how they went today, and if you're perhaps more confident or less confident of a deal after what happened today?
Well, much more confident. They were very good. Russia wants to do something. They want to stop the savage barbarianism. I mean, what's going on over there? It's soldiers are being killed by the thousands on a weekly basis. It's ridiculous.
As part of a peace deal with Putin, would you be willing to consider removing all American troops from Europe?
Well, nobody's asked me to do that, so I don't think we'd have to do that. I wouldn't want to do that. But that question's never really come up.
Sir, do you support stationing European peacekeeping troops in Ukraine as part of this peace deal?
If they want to do that, that's great. I'm all for it. If they want to do that, I think that'd be fine. I mean, I know France has mentioned it. Others have mentioned it. UK has mentioned it. But if we have a peace deal, I think having troops over there from the standpoint of Europe, we won't have to put any over there because, we're very far away. But having troops over there would be fine. I would not object to it at all. And I'm very disappointed. I hear that, they're upset about not having a seat. Well, they've had a seat for 3 years and a long time before that. This could have been settled very easily. Just a half-baked negotiator could have settled this years ago without the loss of much land, very little land, without the loss of any lives, and without the loss of cities that are just laying on their side.
President, for the end of the month.
Split here between these two parties as the former president receiving now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight I come to you with a major network announcement. And this is something that we have been all planning and working on at the Republic Media Network for a while now. On how we can use your beloved network and an influential platform like Republic to build a limitless India. As of now, 900 million of you worldwide are believers in the Republic Media Network. 900 million cumulatively, that is more than the population of 99% of the countries on this planet. So what can you and we at Republic do together, dear viewers? You who are the real strength of Republic. You are Republic and we are your voice. Dear viewers, it is you.
I'm delighted that the Republic TV is doing program which is titled appropriately Limitless India, which includes Inclusive India. India has been limitless in thought because it never circumscribed its thoughts that this is the only way to go. We are limitless in our thought, in our reach, in our inclusiveness. And I am happy that such a great initiative is being undertaken. All my best wishes and blessings to the Republic TV and Arnab.
Quickly, all the stories making news from across the country. This is Bharat in 5 minutes. High-level fact-finding committee went to the Keed University in Bhubaneswar as a part of their probe. Odisha government constituted the investigation team to probe the alleged suicide of a Nepalese student in the university hostel campus. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami said the state budget will fulfill the expectations of the future. He says that the budget will fulfill the needs of all sections of the society. Uttarakhand government presented the state budget in the assembly today. UP Finance Minister Suresh Kumar Khanna presented the state budget in the assembly today. Before that, he told media that the budget is going to be inclusive. Finance Minister said that everything is for the welfare of the 24 crore people of the state. Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel has said that the budget so far presented by the State Finance Minister Kanubhai Desai has been for the welfare of the people. Presented in the budget in the Assembly today. LOP Lok Sabha Rahul Gandhi arrived in Lucknow today. Rahul Gandhi visiting Raebareli constituency today. Congress workers gathering to welcome him. All right, Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah spoke to his Karnataka counterpart Siddaramaiah after a Kashmiri student at a medical college in the state was allegedly ragged and brutally assaulted. It has been alleged that the second-year student was subjected to a ragging and brutal physical assault by his seniors. Here's a report.
In a shocking incident, a second-year MBBS student from Jammu and Kashmir was allegedly ragged and assaulted on campus. The alleged incident took place at a medical college in Karnataka's Bijapur district. Significantly, Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah voiced concerns over the incident in a telephone call to his Karnataka counterpart Siddaramaiah.
कर्नाटका में कश्मीरी यूथ के साथ चल रैगिंग कर्नाटका सीएम से मेरी बात हुई.
According to sources, the student was allegedly ragged by his seniors at the Al-Amin Medical College in Bijapur.
ग्राउंड में ये बैच स्पोर्ट चल रहा है, उधर ही रैगिंग हुई थी. सीनियर ने बोला था ये सल्यूट विल्यूट करने के लिए, उसने बोला डांस करो, ये गाना गाओ, ये सब हो रहा था.
According to last reports, all 4 accused students were identified and an FIR registered in connection with the incident.
All right, viewers, the Hamas handed over the bodies of Israeli infant Kafir Bibas and his 4-year-old brother Ariel along with their mother to the Israeli authorities. They were the 2 youngest captives taken by the Hamas in their 7th of October attack. Hamas claims that they were killed in Israeli airstrikes. Here's a report on that. Hamas handed over the body of 4 Israeli hostages to Israel today. The bodies of Israeli infant Kafir Bibas and his 4-year-old brother Ariel were handed over to Red Cross in the Khan Yunis city. Hamas also returned the body of the mother of 2 children, Shiri Bibas, along with that of a 4th hostage, Odeid Lifshitz, under the Gaza ceasefire agreement. The ceasefire agreement between Hamas and Israel was reached last month with the backing of the United States and the mediation of Qatar and Egypt. Hamas terror group shifting the blame on Israeli claimed that all 4 hostages were killed in IDF airstrikes. While some families celebrate the arrival of their loved ones, on the contrary, for the families receiving the mortal remains of their beloved, the Israel-Hamas conflict will always be a dark chapter in their lives.
What is coming in August, September, it will be 1,000%. It will be huge. So I promise to Assam Assembly that will break this Ali talkie network. Amar dore manuhok villain will come back to Assam Assembly in the month of August. Give us just 3 months. Will come back with Amar dore manuhok villain bolai use hero hobo. I know the facts because what informally facts is with me, but it has to be on record. So I promise to Assam Assembly that will break this Ali talkie network and will come back to Assam Assembly in the month of August. Use just 3 months. Will come back with defense kore, which will be used. Pakistan embassy I know the facts because informally facts is with me, but it has to be on records. So sometime we have be used defense, which will be fatal. And this will be a case which will be fall in the indefensible. So যিসকলে ডিফেন্স কৰে যে নহয় নহয় পাকিস্তান এম্বাসিৰ ইখন ফটো নহয় সিন্ডিকেটৰ এখন মৰ্ফ কৰিছে আৰে দুইখনেতো এজনে মানুহৰ ফটো কোনো কথা নাই So sometime we should not defend which is indefensible. Amar and my samostir bidhayake borpeta this will be a case which will be fall in the indefensible inquired. Even jodi tar mur bhayu SP hodone bicharise it has to be inquired. Je umrangsur bitorko hobo lage kuno syndicator bitorko hobo it has to be inquired. I am ready for everything completely kuno kotha nai tat ekue bitorko kori bitorko should be constructed. So we will inquire আমাৰ আৰু চেঙা সমষ্টিৰ বিধায়কে বৰপেটা পুলিচৰ যোৱা 25 বছৰ অসমৰ ৰাইজে বহুত ইট শুড বি ইনকুৱাৰ্ড নাও দিস ইজ এ টাইম টু পে বেক ভাইও এছপি আছে তাত আগত একো কথাই থাকিব নোৱাৰে তাত কোনো পৰিৱৰ্তন হ'ব পলিটিক্স আহিলে কাৰোবাৰ ঘৈণীয়েকক ধৰিব লাগিব কাৰোবাৰ জীয়েকক ধৰিব লাগিব দিজ আৰ দা পিপল একোৱে কথা আজি এনেকুৱা ঘটনা হয় সো উইল ইনকুৱাৰী মানুহে আৰু হেমকো সংবিধানখন চুৰি কৰি নিজৰ বুলি দাবী কৰি আছে ব্লাড ৰিলেচন হয় ৰাইজে সেইবোৰ মানুহ নাটক সেইবোৰ মানুহ নাও দিস ইজ এ টাইম টু পে বেক দিনে ৰাতিয়ে আগত ৰাইজৰ কথাই কাম কৰি আছে সেইবোৰ মানুহ খলনায়ক দিস ইজ আৱাৰ ষ্টেট আনফৰ্চুনেট বাকি পলিটিক্স আহিলে ফাইট উইথ কাৰোবাৰ ঘৈণীয়েকক ধৰিব লাগিব কাৰোবাৰ জীয়েকক ধৰিব লাগিব these are the গতিকে আমি তেনেকে চলি গৈ এনেকুৱা ঘটনা হয় আপোনালোকক প্ৰতিশ্ৰুতি মানুহে হেমকো সংবিধানখন চুৰি কৰি নিজৰ বুলি দাবী কৰি আছে যোৱাবাৰ এডভান্টেজ ওৱান ৱাজ মোষ্টলি গভৰ্ণমেণ্ট নায়ক আৰু যিবিলাকে দিনে চৰকাৰে আমাৰ ৰাইজৰ কাৰণে কাম কৰি আছে সেইবোৰ মানুহ খলনায়ক দিস ইজ আৱাৰ ষ্টেট আনফৰ্চুনেট গ্যাস গ্ৰিড পিএছচি বাট উই হেভ টু ফাইট উইথ দ্যাট আমাৰ টু ক্লিনছ দিস crude pipeline আমি তেনেকে চলি গৈ থাকিব লাগিব মই আপোনালোকক গভৰ্ণমেণ্ট
All right, so that was Hemanta Biswa Sarma speaking at the assembly on the case in connection to the spark links of Gaurav Gogoi and his wife, calling it a case that will fall in indefensible category, saying that in just 3 days, Assam Police SIT got the details of his visit, of 18 visits between 2010 to 2018. This is Ali Taqir Sheikh he's talking about, who came to India allegedly 18 times, as per Hemanta Biswa Sarma. Viewers, we continue to track more updates on that story and much more. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
This is an important time in Indian history. We are at the cusp of when we can become, firstly, the world's third largest economy, but then over the next quarter of a century becoming a developed, Viksit Bharat. At this summit, I am hoping to see a large number of young thought leaders, thinkers, and to see how they will be giving their efforts, ideas, etc., so that the current generation who is in policy making or running industry, we know what is the amazing pipeline of talent that is heading up towards us, and it is our job in some ways to create the stairways and structures for them to be able to reach Viksit Bharat at the end of the next quarter century. So hope to see you there, and I'm sure you'll find it very interesting to meet these young people.
Se acordó el recibir 299 personas que venían de Estados Unidos para que fueran repatriados a sus respectivos países de orígenes y que esto se iba a hacer a través de la Organización Internacional de las Migraciones y el ACNUR, ambas oficinas de Naciones Unidas. Como manera de prevención, estas personas no pueden circular por nuestro país precisamente para garantizar la seguridad y la paz de los ciudadanos panameños. Nosotros les brindamos a ellos todas las atenciones necesarias, médicas, alimenticias, ¿verdad? Y de comodidad, y lo seguiremos haciendo hasta que el último de ellos salga de nuestro país, que es lo que se pactó con el gobierno de los Estados Unidos.
The Limitless India Youth Hackathon. Call for entries, Category 6. Digital Economy.
I'm super excited about Republic TV's Republic Plenary Summit, where they're inviting some of the bright young minds of the country to participate in a hackathon. I am going to be part of the digital economy category, the one that excites me the most, because in the next decade, India is going to transition into being a superpower in the digital economy on the back of some amazing homegrown innovations. The best example today is UPI, on which PhonePe has been built. So do come and be a part of this great event, and I'm looking
Trump calls out sellouts, says $21 million sanctioned by US aid to influence voter turnout in Indian elections and overturn the government. BJP launches scathing attack on the Congress after Trump's claim, says US President's remarks signal external interference in India's elections and that the Congress must come clean.
This type of appeasement politics should not be entertained. It should be curtailed.
Karnataka Congress submits request for Ramadan leave following Telangana model. BJP raises questions. Ministry of Information and Broadcasting issues advisory to online curated content publishers and self-regulatory bodies, urging them to strictly adhere to Indian laws and the Code of Ethics. BJP government takes shape in the national capital after 27 long years. Rekha Gupta takes oath as Delhi's new chief minister. Hello and a very warm welcome. It's 4 in the evening. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bhardwaj and we're straight up cutting across to some fresh breaking news that we're tracking at this hour. The BJP has now posted a video of Rahul Gandhi from 2023. BJP is claiming that the video, which is just ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha election, Rahul Gandhi was in London urging foreign powers from the US to Europe to intervene in India's internal affairs. Rahul is seen urging in the video is what the BJP has claimed. Now, this comes fresh at the heels of US President Donald Trump's remarks hinting at a foreign interference into the Indian elections. And now the BJP, which first made this claim, has said, posting a video of Rahul Gandhi from 2023, that the video, which is just ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition in Parliament, was in London urging foreign powers from US to Europe to intervene in India's internal affairs. Listen into this.
Surprising thing is that the so-called defenders of democracy, which are the United States, European countries, seem to just be oblivious that a huge chunk of the democratic model has come undone, right? Which is a real problem. So the surprising thing is that the so-called defenders of democracy, which are the United States, European countries, seem to just be oblivious that a huge chunk of the democratic model has come undone, right? Which is a real problem. So the surprising thing is that the so-called defenders of democracy, which are the United States, European countries, seem to just be oblivious that a huge chunk of the democratic model has come undone, right? Which is a real problem. So the surprising thing is that the so-called defenders of democracy, which are the United States, European countries, seem to just be oblivious that a huge chunk of the democratic model has come undone, right? Which is a real problem.
Viewers, let's look at another aspect. US President Donald Trump has intensified his criticism of the now cancelled $21 million voter turnout initiative in India the day after defending the actions of the Department of Government Efficiency, which is his administration's cost-cutting team. He implied that the money might have been used to influence the election in favor of a specific candidate. Trump has indicated that sellouts may have been attempting to elect somebody else. Listen in to US President Donald Trump first, followed by multiple political reactions.
And $21 million for voter turnout in India. What do we need to spend $21 million for voter turnout in India? Wow, $21 million. I guess they were trying to get somebody else elected. Well, we ought to tell the Indian government, because when we hear that Russia spent about $2 in our country, it was a big deal, right? They took some internet ads for $2,000. This is a total breakthrough. $21 million for India elections, and $21 million for voter turnout in India. What do we need to spend $21 million for voter turnout in India? Wow, $21 million. I guess they were trying to get somebody else elected. Well, we ought to tell the Indian government, because when we hear that Russia spent about $2 in our country, it was a big deal, right? They took some internet ads for $2,000. This is a total breakthrough, $21 million for India elections.
Being joined by Purnima Nath, who is a foreign affairs expert on the broadcast. Ma'am, thank you for speaking to Republic. I want to ask, from a geopolitical standpoint and from a foreign affairs standpoint, how do you think that Trump's statement is now important to the already existing allegation that $21 million were pumped into India for fiddling with the elections?
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you having me. Good morning to you. First of all, this is a foreign aid, this US aid that is being under question at this point of time. You know, United States actually gives a lot of funding to various different countries, and what we have found, thanks to Elon Musk and his DOGE, the department, a new department that was created by Donald Trump, he is extremely courageous to have certain things like that done in America, who repeatedly told during the campaign that we really want to have a smaller government. We want to make sure that the government is actually efficient. The way he looks at it from a perspective of corporate, for anybody who has come from corporate sector knows that if you don't actually perform, you are fired. But
yes, ma'am.
Anything happens over here.
Yes. Ma'am, kindly requesting you to continue being with us. We're just cutting across to a sharp breaking news that we're getting at this hour. Viewers, Delhi's newly elected Chief Minister, Rekha Gupta, is addressing the first address as the newly elected Chief Minister.
एजेंडा मिलके तय करेंगे. मीटिंग के समय जब बैठेंगे तो एजेंडा भी आपको पता चलेगा. 7 बजे 5 बजे यमुना घाट पे आरती के लिए हम लोग जाएंगे. और 7 बजे कैबिनेट मीटिंग.
The first cabinet meeting after the election of the newly appointed Chief Minister Rekha Gupta, the ceremony for which just happened just today morning at the Ramlila Maidan in the national capital. Those are the first shots of Rekha Gupta as the Chief Minister meeting her cabinet, discussing mission after the oath taking. Ma'am, coming back to you, we're cutting across once again to Purnima, who continues to join us on the broadcast. Ma'am, kindly pick up from where you had last left. Please talk to us about the matter.
Of course, thank you so much. What I was specifically talking about is how the government should really perform, the comparison with the government versus private companies, where if you don't perform, obviously you are going to be fired. But this obviously doesn't happen in government sector. If you are hired for life. And this is what we have seen in several different countries, in fact, in India as well. But unfortunately, this is a massive waste of funding, and that funds can actually go to betterment of the society, the people. You can build roads, you can build airports, you can build schools, colleges, hospitals. And obviously the funds that we are talking about, it's set aside for external countries, not for India alone. But this unnecessarily, we have been spending massive amount of funding from our country. We literally saw this, the programs that US aid has been supporting has obviously doesn't align with the majority of the people of our country here. And the government, it's just one department, if mind you, here we are only talking about US AID. We are not talking about any other departments, the Department of Education, IRS, any other departments. The wastage that we have seen from just just one department is mind blowing. I would say that it's actually we as a citizen of this country who are actually paying the taxes, and these taxes are going to unnecessarily different kinds of weird projects. It's not okay by the people of this country at this point of time. So now coming back to just $21 million, where is it going to in India? Which is very, very disturbing actually, because in your country you have almost 1 billion voters, registered people, and the last election you had 2/3 of those registered actually voted, and it's actually double the population of our country of 330 million people. And so what kind of voter turnout are you talking about? And interestingly, I suppose President Trump also understands where the money was going to go. So he made a comment that maybe they were the country's people were actually trying to elect someone else, not Narendra Modi, which who can better understand than President Trump himself, because he went through this. I obviously come from the Republican Party. I'm a conservative supporter and a long-term supporter of Donald Trump, and I have done I-Exit, which is Indian exiting left, and also Hindus and Trump to bring Hindu voters for President Trump. So who can better understand than President Trump, who has gone through this massive coup in order for the leftist parties not electing him at all. They tried their best to make sure that he doesn't even pop up in the ballot. And it's just not from the election process, but before then, obviously, from an indictment perspective, he is now a convicted felon, and that's how they refer to him. So it's a massive agenda that we actually, as a people, a grassroots campaign, that we're able to come together and showcase that everything that was happening in this country was a massive betrayal to the people of the country. So obviously what he's doing is amazing, and on a long-term perspective, even though the tariffs, the $21 million, which probably would have gone to a wrong hand in India, trying to stage a coup, also dethrone PM Narendra Modi perhaps. In a long term, I say this is a boon for India, because if you remember, just 200 years ago, India was had the largest GDP in the entire world, 25%, I suppose, at this point of time, before British took over. And by the time in 1947 British left, India was left with nothing but 2% of GDP. We really were looted and plundered and had nothing. But at the same time, I think every time there's a crisis like that, Hindu people have done very well for them. So, I mean, even if you look at 1971, when Bangladesh was being created, and obviously Russia stood for India, United States didn't support India's agenda to make Bangladesh or create Bangladesh at this point of time, or liberate Bangladesh from Pakistan's wrath. But at the same time, India stood very strong. And then if you look at from a perspective of the nuclear power empowerment, the United States didn't support India, but India did very well. So every single time there was a crisis like that, India did well, and I am very confident that going forward, this is going to be a boon for India to make sure that it actually inspires the entrepreneurs of India. You don't have to come out of India. You actually build your roads, your institutions, your companies, your products, services, and infrastructure in India. So I think it's all in all, it's very good, because the money that is being illegitimately spent elsewhere will be brought back over here for our people. And also in a long run, I think this is going to be very good for India as well.
Right, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast and giving us such a detailed vision into what has been going on and how this channelizing of money works. For now, viewers, it's time to slip into a short break, but don't go anywhere. Right after this short break, we will continue bringing you the biggest stories of the day. The Ministry of Information and Broadcasting has issued an advisory to online curated content publishers and self-regulatory bodies, urging them to strictly adhere to Indian laws and the code of ethics. This and a lot more right after this short break on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
The Limitless India Youth Hackathon. Call for entries. Category 2. Reclaiming history, culture and tradition.
Janani Janma Bhumischa Swargadapi Gariyasi. It is indeed a big moment of fortune and pride that we are all a part of this Bharata Desham. Reclaiming our Indian history, culture and tradition is one of the very many areas that this hackathon is being organized. Those youth under 30 are welcome to participate. Submit your entries by the 28th of February. Those of your innovative, research-driven, out-of-the-box ideas shall be reviewed by us, and those of you who are selected will get to present your ideas in Bharata Mandapam, New Delhi, in the august presence of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra
I'm delighted that the Republic TV is doing a program which is titled appropriately Limitless India.
राहुल गांधी का स्टेटमेंट मैंने दोनों आपको सुना दिया। डोनाल्ड ट्रंप ने कहा ये $21 मिलियन किसके लिए जिताने के लिए खर्चा हो रहा था, और राहुल गांधी का कहना कि हम लोकतंत्र कमजोर हो रहा है, ये लड़ाई हमको लड़नी पड़ रही है। तो बड़े लोकतांत्रिक देश मदद क्यों नहीं करते? ये सीधा लिंकेज है कि जो बड़ी फंडिंग आ रही थी वो भारत के चुनाव को प्रभावित करने के लिए आ रही थी। जो बड़ी फंडिंग आ रही थी वो किसी न किसी इतने एनजीओ जो हैं, जो कांग्रेस पार्टी से अलाइंड हैं, नरेंद्र मोदी के विरोधी हैं, वो लोग मिलकर चुनाव को प्रभावित करने के लिए काम हो रहा था। हम क्या करें, बार बार हार जाते हैं। देश हार गए, हरियाणा हार गए, महाराष्ट्र हार गए, अभी दिल्ली हार गए, सारा बाई इलेक्शन हार गए, छत्तीसगढ़ के सारे नगर पंचायत मेयर की सीटें हार गए, गुजरात में हार गए, यूपी का बाई इलेक्शन हार गए, मिल्कीपुर 61,000 वोट से हार गए। तो जनता उनको अगर वोट नहीं देती तो वो षड्यंत्र करके विदेशी पैसा भारत के चुनाव को प्रभावित करने में लगे, ये काम करते हैं और भारत के लोकतंत्र को बदनाम करते हैं। इसके हम बहुत भर्त्सना करते हैं। वी कंडेम इट आउटराइट। दिस ब्लेटेंट अटेम्प्ट of foreign money's interference in India's democratic process is a matter of great shame. Today, US President Donald Trump has publicly said that. The Rahul Gandhi's comment, which I both played, clearly establishes he used to cry for foreign help in India's elections because he was not getting votes. ये बहुत शर्म की बात है कि जो पार्टी गांधी जी के दावे की बात करती है, उनकी विरासत पर, वो यहाँ तक पहुँच गई है। हम इसकी बहुत ही भर्त्सना करते हैं और इसको पूरे देश में हम और एक्सपोज करेंगे, ये कहना था।
कांग्रेस को भी इसी पर रिएक्शन जयराम रमेश की ट्वीट कि कमेंट्स मेड बाय क्लेम्स बीइंग मेड बाय द यूएस प्रेसिडेंट आर टिपिकली नॉनसेंसिकल टू से द लीस्ट।
इससे अधिक और क्या बोलेंगे, और क्या बोलेंगे? इसलिए मैं राहुल गांधी का भी वक्तव्य लेकर के आया हूं आपके सामने। राहुल गांधी ने विदेश यात्रा में क्या कहा था, आपने चलाया था इसको ना, वो भी लेके आया कि वो भारत के लोकतंत्र की असफलता का रोना रो रहे हैं और बड़ी लोकतांत्रिक ताकतें हस्तक्षेप करें। क्यों? उनको वोट नहीं मिलता, नहीं मिलेगा, ऐसा आचरण करेंगे। भारत की अस्मिता, भारत के संस्कार, भारत के लोक